Good morning. This is Ed Hamrick, Assistant Attorney General, and I represent the State Board of Land Commissioners. Today is Tuesday, June 8th, and the board has been in executive session this morning to discuss the two legal matters that were noticed for executive session on the board's agenda, particularly the Phillips appeal in the Colorado Court of Appeals and the Kerr-McGee settlement agreement. The discussion was limited to privileged attorney-client communications, and the board reached no decisions in executive session. And the board is now back on the record to go through its regular agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Today is Tuesday, June 8th, 2021. I'll call to order a meeting of the Colorado State Board of Land Commissioners. We did have an executive session. Prior to this, we have 4 of our 5 commissioners present for the meeting today. Our first item of business is open public comment period for non-agenda items. And so that would be for any of our attendees, if they wish to address the commission on anything that will not be discussed later on today. If you would like to address the commissioners, just raise your virtual hand and we can promote you. Okay, I don't see any. So we'll move on to announcements. Director Ryan.
Thank you, Commissioner Butterworth. So during the announcements today, I just want to note that we've got 2 of our commissioners retiring. This is the final board meeting for Commissioner Butterworth and Commissioner Carney, and I just wanted to take some time to recognize them. Tyler, let me start with you. Thank you for 4 years of service on this board. You are really an agricultural leader in our state. You and your extended family have done so much to advance that industry in Colorado. It was particularly special to get to know your family and your extended family, both at some of our events and at our virtual awards ceremony this past winter. I can recall back when we had normal in-person meetings back in those days. You gave us a tour of your Ordway feedlot operation. And it was really impressive to see you in your element and see how complex an operation you run. It's literally a 24/7, 365 nonstop operation. And it was really eye-opening for me and helped me gain a deeper understanding into that world. And I understand because of an operation like that and because you've got kids, it's sometimes difficult to balance all that with this. And I got to tell you that I was incredibly impressed that you spent a lot of the evenings at home rather than up here because you wanted to be with the family and be around the operation. And so, you were leaving Ordway at 3 and 4 in the morning to attend our in-person meetings at 8 a.m. And I just want to say how much I appreciated your dedication to both sides of that. During your tenure at the Land Board, we've made some really important decisions that impact the agricultural community. We expanded the public access program while trying to ensure our ag lessees had an opportunity to voice their concerns, and your voice was an important and powerful one in shaping how we did that. We've adjusted grazing rates several times using the CSU studies, and again, your insights into how that all worked was incredibly informative for us. We've completed the lengthy process of evaluating the Chico Basin Ranch. We've had to make tough calls on some agricultural lessee disputes, and your voice has really been an important one in all of that, helping us get to the right decisions. So thank you very much for all your contributions. I'm sure your leadership will get put to good use in other capacities, and I hope our paths will continue to cross, Tyler. So thank you. Thank you very much for your service.
Yep. Thank you guys. I've learned a lot tremendously from all of you and just your all different perspectives, and I appreciate that. It's sure been helpful for me. So enjoyed it.
Thanks, Tyler.
Thank you, Tyler. Commissioner Carney.
Commissioner Butterworth, Gary, thank you for 8 years of service on this volunteer board. That's 100 meetings. Wow.
Wow. Yeah.
When you started on this board, you had young kids, and now you're looking at colleges with them. I'm certain your dedication to civic engagement has left a lasting impression on your kids, though. I hope for the better. You've had a tremendously positive impact on this board, and your contributions have a long-term impact on Colorado's land, mineral estate, and education funding. And just by way of example, during your tenure, we voted to support the creation of the Permanent Fund Investment Board. During the 8 years you've served here, the Permanent Fund, because of that, has nearly doubled and is now in excess of $1 billion. Your expertise in board governance and working to keep those two boards aligned and rowing in the same direction was really integral to our success. I don't think we could have done that without you. Similarly, you helped me craft early on our strategy on optimizing the trust and minimizing the negative impacts of the statutory sweeps on us. And we might not have gotten that across the finish line yet, but at least we're at the starting line. At least we have a good story to tell. And I commit to finding someone to listen and act on it. We've made some major land and asset management decisions during your tenure, most recently the Chico Basin Ranch. We've done big acquisitions like the Golden Office Building and the Sherman Creek and Teague Ranches. We've made some important stewardship trust designation decisions. I can recall talking about Red Canyon and snowy owls in your hometown down in Colorado Springs. Just so many decisions that you've been an influential part of. You've also been our board president for 4 of the 8 years you've been on the board, and I've got to think that's some sort of a record. And while leading us, you've managed to continue a very successful career outside of here. During 18 years at El Pomar, you created a real legacy of El Pomar graduates who continue to serve Colorado in the same way you do. In fact, I think we're going to hear from one of them today. I've met some of your graduates. Some are even lessees now. And what always struck me about that program and your work there was how sincerely you were trying to do right by the students in the program. You've been kind enough to also hold a couple of our meetings and dinners, or I guess we're supposed to call them networking events, at the beautiful Penrose House. So thank you for making that available to us. Now you're the president of Pikes Peak Community Foundation, and just on a personal level, I've really enjoyed the opportunity to learn with and from you about the foundation landscape in Colorado. That's been meaningful for me. We can all learn a lesson, I think, from your leadership style, Gary. You're incredibly contemplative, you're level-headed, diplomatic, and fair. There's never a doubt for me that when you cast a decision, you made it thoughtfully, and you reached it based on what you thought was in the best interest of the trust beneficiaries. While you've been our chair, our staff and our fellow commissioners have come to rely on your poise and professionalism. Even in contentious situations, you find a way to lead the meeting in a respectful and professional manner that dissipates any of the animosity and the anger that sometimes come with these decisions that are very personal to our lessees. And I think that really helps both our staff and our customers feel heard and respected. On a more personal note, you've become a friend, someone I can rely on to be a thoughtful sounding board, whether it's about managing intergenerational endowments, raising kids, managing a team during a pandemic, or which 14er to go climb. So thank you very much, Gary. I appreciate your leadership.
Thank you.
So to both of you, let me wrap up. Tyler and Gary, you've attended countless day-long meetings and read thousands and thousands of pages of board packet materials. But I bet money that this is the only board you'll ever serve on that gave you the opportunity to fly in a Black Hawk helicopter, to get inside Space Command, to see Noble Energy's command center and learn how they can drive a drill bit through an opening the size of a window from 100 miles away. We've gotten vehicles stuck in the sand dunes, any number of other fun and uniquely trust land related activities. So I hope this has been enjoyable for the two of you as well.
I got to see Laramie, Wyoming. You know, come on now.
I still can't live that down. Anyway, it has been an honor and a privilege to serve with you. As you both know, we're sending you a small token of our appreciation, the photo book of many of our beautiful properties and the many tours you've been a part of over the years. So I hope that will serve as a reminder of the landscape scale impact that you've had on both the state and Colorado school children. So you're both always welcome in our offices, always welcome on our tours. Just thank you both. You'll be sorely missed.
Yeah, thank you, Bill. I appreciate those comments, but honestly, you all make it easier. I don't think the work is easy. I think it's complex. I think we've been, our ability to do our work is a reflection of your leadership and that of the entire staff. And the preparation, listening to us, responding to our questions, and you know, ensuring we have the information and the ability to make important decisions. But you know, I can't sort of extend. This has been a fantastic opportunity for me, and I would say that it's given to me more than I've given it. So I appreciate your comments. I'm going to ask Tracy for a recording of this so I can play it back to my kids and prove to them that I'm a good person. But anyways, thank you, Bill. Appreciate that.
Thank you both.
Any other announcements, commissioners or staff?
Well, I would like to join Bill Ryan and Ed and others in commending the two of you. It's been said that there's no greater calling than public service, and you have each demonstrated that in the ways you've contributed to us. I think Bill said that we've come to rely on you and your leadership as we face tough decisions. And Tyler, particularly on agricultural decisions, as we were together in this last year, I've learned from you, and I appreciate not only your service here, but your prior service on the school board, where you have really looked at both sides of our mission from your responsibilities there. And Gary, certainly, to chair this board for 4 years and to put in the kind of incredible leadership that you have is unique. And I thank you for not only representing the community foundation world in such a strong way during these challenging times, but also helping us as newbies on the board really on board and understand the beginnings of this complex operation. So I hope you will take Bill's comments to heart and recognize that with your kids in 20 or 30 years, they too will believe that.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'll just add my thanks. I've learned a lot from both of you. I'm really disappointed, A, that you're leaving, and B, that we don't get to see each other. I echo Ed's comments. It's been a tough last year, but much appreciated. Gary, this is the second time I've gotten to work with you.
Yeah.
I hope we find a third time.
Absolutely.
So you'll work on that for me. Tyler, you were who I looked to, you know, for a perspective that I don't know, and I've always trusted your judgment and appreciate everything you contributed to this board. So thank you both. We'll miss you.
Yes.
It won't be the
Thank you.
same.
Yep, thank you.
Likewise. Yep, we'll miss you all.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll move on to our next agenda item. and that is our Department of Natural Resources report. And Mr. Vilsack's with us. Welcome.
Hello.
Clean
Morning, all.
shaven. Clean
Yeah.
shaven. Yeah.
Well, yeah. It makes me think I guess now that we're out of the pandemic, you got to
Yes,
start
that's right.
start getting dressed in the morning again. So.
Yeah.
But yeah, just to echo what everybody said, Tyler and Gary, it's been fantastic to work with you all. I've been kind of reflecting on the state land board makeup recently as we think about kind of new appointees, and I love the simplicity of the state land board and its 5 members and the interests that they kind of represent. Many of our other boards and commissions, you end up kind of having 5 different pieces of the puzzle you need to find in one person, and just the simplicity of ag, natural resources, education, local government at large is pretty fantastic. So you have represented your, I guess, designated spots well, and the state land board in general well, and it's been great to work with you both.
Thank you. Thank you.
For DNR, man, we've had a lot going on, particularly in the legislative session. Of course, the pandemic, I feel like we're starting to get a little bit back to normal. We had our first executive director's office staff meeting yesterday. That was a little bit surreal in our boardroom at 1313 Sherman. Some of us, hadn't literally seen each other in person in a year. So it was pretty nice to get back around the table again. That said, of course, the pandemic is still going on for those that aren't vaccinated. So just encouraging everybody again to encourage everybody else to get vaccinated all over the state. I think particularly those areas that have the lowest vaccination rates are still struggling. So other than that, we really are trying to make this transition. I know Parks and Wildlife is also meeting this week. They are kind of on a hybrid model now where many of them are in person, and then folks also kind of remoting in. So I think we're entering a very interesting phase of transition and kind of seeing where we're going to go next when it comes to not only commission meetings, but remote work, hiring people in other parts of the state that traditionally perhaps would have been hired in Denver, those types of things. So kind of an exciting time. We're also really working with the governor's office and the administration on kind of the Reimagine Government initiative, really thinking about, how we, again, make this pivot, not necessarily back to where we were, but kind of taking the lessons that we've learned about how we can actually work, not necessarily all in one place. The legislative session, for those of you that are following it, very well might end today, if they can keep themselves brief on the mic, which might be unlikely, but there's a possibility for it to end today, I guess I would say. We have had quite a year. I literally, as I was sitting down this morning, just kind of thinking about everything that's passed, I have to say it just kind of blew my mind. It's unbelievable the year we've had for DNR, especially after last year and all the struggles that we had with the budget and just in general, even meeting at the legislature in the Capitol. For Parks and Wildlife, it's really been, I don't think there probably has been any other year that has been this transformative in the state capitol. We've talked about the Keep Colorado Wild Pass bill that we got going earlier this year that will attach a state parks pass and public lands pass to car registration. That passed just at the end of last week. I have to say, kind of at the beginning of the session, I would have given it maybe a 50-50 chance, but here we are, and it survived basically intact. I think the only kind of main amendment is that instead of it being straight up opt-out model, essentially if you opt out in the initial year, you are opted out. It's kind of your default decision, I suppose, in your car registrations. You can opt out for multiple years. But other than that, it will provide significant new funding for CPW, also for search and rescue, for the Avalanche Information Center, for species programs. So really, I would say the follow-on to the Future Generations Act, which bolstered the wildlife side of the agency a few years ago. This is the fix, I suppose, in terms of funding for the park side of the agency. Related to that, go ahead, Gary.
Yeah, do you happen to know projected revenue?
It all depends on participation rate and what we set the pass price as. There's a lot of flexibility built into that bill, and so there will be many decisions that the Parks and Wildlife Commission now needs to make about what the pass price is, and essentially how to achieve that sweet spot of the most revenue from the most participation. We have projected, or we're kind of aiming for a goal of around $50 million through the program. In comparison, right now, our state parks revenue just from entrance fees pre-pandemic was around $17 million a year. The pandemic year was 22. So it's a pretty significant increase, and everything above 32 flows into all these other buckets for new state parks, for wildlife issues. It's a big deal, but it'll be a lot of work to figure out what that sweet spot is and to generate the revenue that we're hoping to generate. So
Thanks.
Related to that, we also passed a bill that's going to kick off a study about how we manage search and rescue in the state, and how we fund search and rescue in the state, which is just tremendously important after what has happened over the past few years. I think even since the last board meeting, at least that I participated in, we introduced a bill to create the Outdoor Equity Grant Program, which will be housed at CPW. So a new fund which will kind of get youth into the outdoors and create a new board inside CPW to fund those projects. That it will be funded by some of the spillover lottery funds that spill off GOCO that in the past were all utilized by BEST. So we kind of got that fund kicked off. And then related, just a number of other bills for CPW about funding. So earlier in the year, I think as I mentioned on past calls, there was a bill, Senate Bill 112, that allocated $20 million to CPW for state parks infrastructure. Pretty much our last bill still in play right now, which hopefully will pass on third reading today, is another $25 million, partially for state parks infrastructure, but partially really to bridge the gap in terms of search and rescue and some of the other needs and keep Colorado wild until we get that bill implemented. So just a huge amount of general fund going to CPW in this year and the next few years to address some of our backlog problems. And then even our off-highway vehicle fund was swept last year because of the pandemic. That was restored as well, $5 million. So happy to see that. I would say similarly on the forest wildfire front, I actually don't know all of the final numbers here about the various resources that we received for watershed health, wildfire risk mitigation that was spread across the State Forest Service, the Colorado Water Conservation Board, even internally at DNR's Executive Director's Office. But Senate Bill 54, Senate Bill 258, and Senate Bill 237 kind of all provided funding and kind of restructured how we do wildfire. We still have a lot of work to go there. Senate Bill 237, for example, creates the new Forest Health Advisory Council internally at DNR. And so I think the goal is to really use that board to map out where we go next and frankly, just address our enormous funding needs and just kind of structural needs when it comes to wildfire in the state. Relatedly, on the water front, new resources for water plan funding. We had our annual water projects bill, and then as well, House Bill 1260, which allocated some more funding for the water plan. And then I guess the other piece, as I was thinking about this today, this is a year where we spent no time in the legislature talking about oil and gas, which was a thankful occurrence after many, many years talking about oil and gas for every waking minute. I think COGCC is just doing their work now, which is wonderful, wonderful to see. And just in general, I guess on the state land board front, not much either. We were expecting perhaps to see a bill related to the LEAP initiative there at the very end that didn't materialize. So we will be watching that initiative on the ballot to see what happens, and I suppose reacting depending on which way it goes this fall. Other than that, just to go quickly, again, a lot of work now to implement. So forest health, wildfire mitigation, there's a lot of work to get that money out the door and deploy it and make sure it's accounted for. So working on that with the State Forest Service and the Water Conservation Board. Also on the water front, of course, we have kind of a divide in Colorado between the water, the green, emerald green grass of Northeast Colorado and the brown grass of Southwest Colorado, as many of you know. Kind of a very stark difference this year in terms of the drought. So trying to address that challenge in 2 parts of the state, and then as well continuing with demand management workshops. I believe in SMA I've talked about the water equity task force that we now have that's beginning to meet to address kind of equity, diversity, and inclusion issues in our water world. And other than that, just again, a lot of implementation. I think CPW is going to be spending the next handful of years really reacting and addressing what happened in the legislative session this year. And of course, continue working on fun things like wolves in our regional outdoor partnerships initiative. So plenty going on. And again, I think we're all trying to trying to sort through all the bills that passed and determine even where we ended up after all of this. So
Yeah.
happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thanks, Doug. Any questions? Stay busy, man. That's that's good stuff. Like especially for CPW. I mean, I know that's been a long-standing challenge, and I appreciate the recognition of their role in our state, and that resources were needed.
Well, and Gary, yeah, I mean, you mentioned the 8 years in the state land board, but you had a past life working on the Parks and Wildlife side of things as well. So many years of public service in the DNR world.
Great. Okay. Thank you much.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Thanks, Doug.
All right. We're just moving along here. So we're going to head into business to come before the board. And our first item is tab 3, a non-simultaneous exchange in Routt County. And that's Assistant Director Greg Okish.
Morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Do you have my slides on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. Well, thanks for the introduction. This is Greg Okish, Assistant Director. This is an action item regarding the proposed disposal of a small parcel of land in Routt County. It's essentially a way to monetize, if you will, a small, what staff would describe as low performing or underperforming asset. It's a property that may have relatively high value, but generates very little in the way of revenue on an annual basis. This is the general location of the property in the state. More specifically, and as described in your cover memo, this is a piece of a larger parcel of state trust land. So the larger parcel of state trust land is highlighted here in blue. And there is a county road that bisects or transects through this property, and it results in about a 7-acre parcel on the west side of the road that has some specific encumbrances on it. Those encumbrances are probably threefold. I mean, first is the fact that it's separated from the larger parcel, which makes it a little more difficult to manage over time. But more importantly, there's a road access permit across it. There's this red line on the northern part. So we've allowed a gravel road to be built. That is there for under the current permit for 10 years, and probably we could expect will exist for longer than that. And then there's also an ephemeral stream that runs through here. What I mean by that is that it's not always flowing, but it does flow periods of time throughout the course of the year, and that supports some wetlands. So the scale, the stream, the small wetlands, the road, all make this a relatively undevelopable parcel, although it is currently used for grazing, and it is in the public access program. There's probably very little else we will ever be able to do with it. This is a photograph of the northern part of the property. So the road, I believe the road, you can see right along this haystack is the road that I mentioned. You can see the county road on the right-hand side. It is fenced. The state land board does own the the fence in this case. By way, we talk about this a lot when we're considering a disposal. The land board is a relatively infrequent seller of property, but we do consider disposals when we think a situation has arisen where the value we may achieve meaningfully exceeds fair market value. In this case, we received an inquiry from a private party who was interested in purchasing the property. That was included in your board package. Just about 2 weeks before this was about to go to the board, that party asked that their offer be withdrawn for a variety of, for reasons I won't get into. But during the course of exploring this, we came to understand that there may be other parties interested in bidding. And in fact, all of the work necessary to bring this in front of you had been completed, and staff's judgment was it made sense to continue with this, put it out on the market and see if we in fact don't get one or more bids. So as I just mentioned, we think there may be other motivated parties that are interested in submitting offers, even though the original offer has been withdrawn. The way I've already touched on a lot of this. Staff's evaluation of this is that it's a small, non-contiguous property. We have some indications that bids may exceed the current market value. There are really no negative impacts on meaningful negative impacts on revenue. The agriculture lease on this parcel generates about $40 per year. The PAP enrollment is about $13 per year. Actually, there's a right of way. When I was talking about the encumbrances, I failed to mention the US West Communications right of way. There's a small telecommunications right of way on 1 acre, but that was a one-time payment. There is for the road access permit, that's probably that is the item we get paid the most for. That for 10 years, the minimum charge on a road access permit is $2,500. So we receive $250 a year for the road access permit. This is in the stewardship trust, and it will have to be removed from the stewardship trust if you decide to approve the potential disposal. The way we've structured this, and the reason I'm not spending a lot more time on stewardship trust in this discussion, is that the item immediately following this will be Lindsay Brandt, and Lindsay will present the removal and the replacement of this property. The only thing I would note is that we would, if you approve the disposal, what we're suggesting is that you approve the removal contingent on disposal. So if we're successful in obtaining offers and then closing on the disposal, the actual removal from the stewardship trust would happen at that point in time, but you would have already approved it today.
Do you happen to know how it ended up in the stewardship trust? Is it just simply just because it's part of that bigger landscape?
Yes, and I didn't want to steal Lindsay's thunder. She has some nice photographs of the other side of the road.
Okay.
The sleeping giant feature and the qualities and natural values around wildlife and views and beauty, if I remember correctly, were all the reason for the original enrollment. Primarily, I believe, focused on the features on the other side of the road. And as you know, when we enroll things, it's often done by property line descriptions. So the entire property was enrolled. I'll leave it at that and let Lindsay speak to it, unless it's pertinent to your decision.
Oh, you're good.
Okay. And then finally, as I mentioned earlier, some very minor leasing and management efficiencies, just not having to deal with this small sliver of land bisected by the county road. So there are a couple of items that are addressed in your cover sheet that I wanted to speak to here. Policy allows staff to make a decision for disposal and not obtain an appraisal if we believe the value of the property in question is less than $50,000. In this case, our estimate is that it could be $53,000 based on some, some transactions we were able to find that seem to speak to the, sort of the current market. The appraisal would probably cost $2,500 or $3,000. So our recommendation is that you approve the disposal, waiving the requirement for, or acknowledging that we're waiving the policy. The board can approve it. You would be, staff can't approve it. So we're making this clear to you that if you approve this, we're doing it without appraisal, and that it's about $3,000 over what the staff authority would be. And had we had the authority, we would have recommended approval. Does that make sense? I kind of mangled that.
I think I follow.
Okay. We will appropriately public notice the disposal in a local paper for 4 consecutive weeks. We may also look for other places to advertise or ensure that members of the public are aware of the disposal. We don't believe there's any fiscal impact on public schools. In fact, given the configuration, this is really a non-conforming lot and doesn't support development under the county development code. So unless somebody was going to, and then in addition to the encumbrances on it, we don't believe this parcel is actually developable. We believe it will continue to be used for agriculture. And finally, as I touched on, the removal and replacement from the stewardship trust will have to be approved in order to make this a viable disposal. So with that, staff recommends that the board approve the disposal of approximately 7.1 acres of state trust land in Road County. It will be advertised for a minimum bid of $15,000 per acre, and that the parcel be removed from the stewardship trust concurrent with any disposal, and your actual approval of that will be on the next agenda item. I can answer questions, and I also have the board order as written in your package on the screen.
Does that board order include our approving the appraisal waiver? Or
I might have to ask Ed, again, I did mangle that. My understanding is staff could not waive the appraisal, but it is your, I guess, Ed, if you're available, could you tell me? It can't hurt, but I don't know the answer.
yeah.
Yeah, staff can't waive it. The delegation of authority has to come from the board. So ultimately, the board has to, in this case, waive the policy cap on an appraisal for $50,000.
So it should be included somewhere in this recommendation.
So the board order needs to be overt in that regard.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just things like that. I think about. I mean, I think that was when we had the audit. Those were some of the things that, we just want to be consistent, and I don't think it hurts to just be very clear that the board acknowledges that we're acting counter to our policy. We're informed and aware. So we'll be sure to get that into the order if that's the direction this goes. Any questions for Greg? Commissioner Keith?
Good morning, Greg. Greg, I noticed in the write-up that, that it was a part of the original federal land grant in 1876. And I'm wondering, how much land do we have left that it was part of the original land grant?
Thank you, Commissioner Heath. I can get you in the ballpark. The original land grant was 4 million acres. We currently own just over 2.7 million acres. Now, some of that we've purchased in other transactions, but I would, certainly more than 2 million acres, more than half of the original, and somewhere between that and probably 2.3 or 2.4.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, it'd be interesting actually to have some kind of overlay if our GIS system permits it.
Yeah, we could look at that. And you didn't ask this, but I skipped over the fact that there is an old historic schoolhouse on the portion of the property, the foundation, not the schoolhouse, the foundation is still there. Which, as you know, was the original purpose, or conceptually was one of the original purposes of the land grant. They thought these would be lands on which schools would be built. So that actually did occur here, although the actual schoolhouse has been removed. I'll make a note and we'll talk about that with Sean, our GIS manager.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Okay, any other questions before I seek public comment on this? Okay, seeing none, so I'll turn to our attendees. If you're a member of the public and wish to address the commission on this topic, raise your hand, and I see Douglas Monger has done so. Mr. Monger will work to be promoting you to address the commissioners.
On the way, Commissioner.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Monger, it appears you're with us. There you are. Welcome.
Yeah, I'm Zoom literate. Thank you very much too. So
Yes.
that's whole craziness that we've been through. I'll try to be brief. So yeah, I am the lessee of this piece of property. I'm a 4th generation Rock County native. In fact, my family owned, and my extended family has the lease, and I personally now have the lease on it. I'm also a 20-year county commissioner at Routt County, and I have appreciated the work that we've done with you guys, and some gravel pits that you've helped us, and we've provided some money for, and the rest. We've also done the Emerald Mountain Exchange with you guys as well. But I am against this proposal. You know, I just wonder where this is going, and you know, if 7 acres is the financial change, and you know, and there's some things, and so this is last year was the first year that I had this lease, and it's been in numerous years of non-use, and you know, basically had to go through and from scratch on a lot of the fences. In fact, one of the fences was not even a board, and we had to build brand new fence on 4/10 of a mile of fence up there that was never there, in adjoining another property that was part of the state land board at one point in time, which is part of the land grant that you were talking about. So I have a couple points of issue. You know, the non-continuous parcel functionality, stranded parcel. So this isn't I-25 and it isn't US 40. It's County Road 46. It's just I mean, there's 1 car per hour, and it is adjoining and functional with the property. In fact, my being new to the property, I have and had some plans for this parcel, as well as the northern parcel that's also stranded and abandoned. And I'm worried about that being the potential. And I'm concerned about the comments in here that it was the topography and the wet condition and the low development potential. Well, I guess first off, the topography, this is the only flat place on the whole lease. The rest of the lease is your local staff will tell you, is on the side of Sleeping Giant Mountain, which is local landmark, and it's a great lease, and we're very happy to have gotten it and bid our thing. And the wet condition, we already heard that it was a fertile stream that does quite often dry up. In fact, I had a house next to this thing. I developed a housestead from a property I bought from my folks to put a house and a barn on, and then that became my property. So yeah, I just wonder about those questions. And unusable for development. And I think your assistant director did a good, he did an analysis, very good, adequate analysis, because yes, this property is unbuildable. The county would never issue a building permit on it because we have a minimum 35-acre lot size on all of our lots. So there's only 2, maybe 3, if you count in your geography, if you count a point of contact being that it's contiguous. So there's only 2 parties that are actual contiguous, and maybe there's a third if you classify a point as being contiguous, a point of contact. So again, back to the illegal subdivision, the county would never issue a building permit on this thing. There's only 2 people. You know, I realize you guys' stewardship responsibility and doing what you need to do for the schools and the rest. But, you know, part of it is to make sure that we're taking care of the businesses too out here, us ranching businesses that are paying the bill. So I had a couple other comments about the recommendation formulation. The property's very small, physically separated. Yep, that's right. It is physically separated by a county road, but the county road, we drive cows up and down that county road. We 4-wheel up and down that county road all the time. The staff believes completing a public notice may result in a bid that significantly exceeds market value. Don't disagree with that a bit either, because there's the new property owners on both sides have come in with tons of money, and they just don't like to have we're just kind of a PIA, and they would like to have us gone. And so they'd like to have my ag operation gone. So also, the disposal will result in leasing and management efficiencies. Well, I have to disagree with that too. I mean, really? I mean, Jared's been out there twice. So, you know, in my period, and, you know, and we bid the thing, you guys don't come out there and review the thing, you know, and I take care of it under the management responsibilities that I have. And the disposal will have negligible impact on recurring revenues. Absolutely will have no effect on your revenues. I totally agree with that as well. I just think that it's setting an uncomfortable, informal direction here on us separating out parcels, you guys separating out portions of parcels. And so what's next? Are we going to separate out a 40-acre piece or a 35-acre piece because we can get 700 or, you know, $800,000, you know, so, or $10,000 an acre on fourth, you know, so and that's all in your guys' development scheme. And I really appreciate all that. And then you balancing that you guys have to do. The value of the 7 acres to my operation, I was actually hoping, and again, it's my 2nd year right now, I was actually hoping on building a corral in that area right there, and being a staging area, because I actually live in Hayden. We have to haul our animals up to that area. We bought a parcel of land adjacent, not adjacent to it, but close to that. Like I said, like to build some holding corrals there. I also think there's an opportunity to build a second CPW parking area there for the wildlife lease that you guys have there too, so that you have 2 different parking areas there, and we could partner with you guys on, or with CPW to build that parking area. So I guess I'm going to close real quickly here. If you guys do decide to sell that, I think you should definitely be in the 20-year county commissioner and being very privy to my you know, keeping rural and urban, that you have some merge responsibility. Whoever buys it, that they merge it back into their adjoining property, and you have that in the contract to buy. I would also ask potentially if we could bring back up the map. There's the map that looks at that specific parcel where that easement is. I would ask that maybe we don't include that 0.1 that 1 acre. Yes, that you see the red line is the access road. I would ask that potentially you keep that little parcel there that's north of that red access road, and that's where I would be able to build some corrals there with local approval, of course, and the rest. But you know, if you do sell the rest of it, you know, it is what it is. And again, I appreciate your time, and that's all I have to say to bother you all. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Munger. Appreciate your time here today. Are there any questions for Mr. Munger?
Well, yeah.
Or comments? Commissioner Heath. Yep.
Yes, I guess my question is for Commissioner Munger. Good morning, first of all.
Good morning.
When you suggested that the northern portion of it be used, what are those lands that are adjacent to it currently? How are those used? The lands that are adjacent to the northern part of that parcel?
So well, that's just basically, it's somebody's new homestead that they just bought it, and it used to be a farm field that we had that my family owned. And so that farm field has now been basically abandoned. To the west is an abandoned farm field that hasn't been replanted, and the rest. It used to be part of our family farm field. Does that help?
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Munger? Or for Greg?
This is Commissioner Scanlon. I'm just curious about, you mentioned the red line with the road at the end. Are you suggesting north of that, we hold out from this potential sale, and that would help alleviate at least one concern you have with being able to build the corrals?
That is, Director Scanlon, yes, thank you. That's it is exactly, as a second backup option would be
Yeah.
the potential to save that little piece right there. We are building this new fence up on the side of Sleeping Giant, which is, it's a 1,000-foot up slope here up on top of this mountain. And so we're staging out of that area, and that area there is pretty critical to be able to stage out of that area. All the land around that whole area there is private lands, and the rest we really don't have an area to stage out of, to haul our trailers to haul our equipment to, and then to be able to stage to get onto the state land board to build the fence and to do our ag work that we need to do, which includes the spraying of weeds and the rest of the stuff that we're going to be doing here real shortly too, because the white top's taken off. So thank you.
I guess, Commissioner Scanlon, I guess maybe you're going where I am, but I'm concerned that we, especially now, if we don't have a buyer, and I agree we might have a buyer, but I'm struggling with, why would we sell this when we have someone who is currently operating it as ag? And I don't see a pressing need to make that change.
Well,
Sure, Greg.
I think for, the way I see this, is we wouldn't have otherwise looked at this had somebody not come to us and offered a premium. Like there are certainly a couple of phrases or mantras that I've learned over the years, and we're generally not sellers unless there's a disruption in the market and we can get paid 2 to 3x the value. And I think that's what's happened here. Now it's complicated because the entity that made the offer is now withdrawn its offer. But I guess as I read this, if we had, I think the logic or the rationale is, if we had somebody interested in this, there's potentially more interest, and we're simply asking for, or the staff is asking for permission to seek offers at a minimum bid of what has already been offered. And I just look at this and we're always doing the dance of stewardship and optimized revenue. So it's not like we're just sellers just to stuff the coffers. I think the rationale from my perspective is sound. Not that I disagree. Mr. Monger's the lessee, so he's interested in keeping this. But as I look at this, I'm comfortable seeing if there's additional interest. We could put it out and there's only one buyer, and that buyer's already said, I'm not interested in doing this. And the idea of carving out that northern sliver, I think over time, we're trying to not create little pockets. And I think that just carving out that little sliver, for us, it just doesn't make a lot of sense. We're certainly not going to generate a lot of revenue off of it. So I think for that reason, I'm comfortable with the staff's recommendation to list it and see what the market says. Greg.
I'd like to respond or provide the commissioners with some additional information related to Mr. Monger's comments. I think three. First, there's the first time staff heard about this idea about corrals and things was during a discussion in the last week when Mr. Monger brought it out. There's no assurance or even, it's unclear whether staff would approve that. That's a request for a lessee improvement on state trust land. Given the location and qualities of this, I'll just say, we're not sure we will approve that. So please keep that in mind. Secondly, Mr. Monger is the ag lessee and will have an opportunity, if he chooses to match any bids we receive. So he could purchase it if it's really important to the ag operation. Thirdly, there was a third one and maybe a fourth one. Well, the third one is this happens a lot. And I think if I understood what Mr. Monger said correctly, the state land board ends up in the position of fulfilling people's lessees' needs. So to be, and Mr. Monger, please respond if I got this wrong, but Mr. Monger's family owned adjacent land and they sold it. And now they're relying on state trust land to some extent to make the operation feasible. And so we're left in the position of expecting to maintain, our lands for their purposes when in fact they sold their land. And I think that often causes us to forego much more significant opportunities, in this case, to generate the sales proceeds and reinvest those somewhere else. So I'm not sure that's our responsibility. And I guess then lastly, I think as Commissioner Butterworth said, staff would not support keeping 1 acre of land. I don't think we would. I guess we could talk about it. But this is an effort, and we've been trying to do this for 7 or 8 years now to clean up these little parcels of land that we have scattered around the state when opportunities arise. Oh, and I was going to say, yeah, I can't say much more. Just like the gentleman who made the offer and then asked us to redact all of the information, I'm being equally respectful of, why we have a strong indication that there may be other buyers, but I can't guarantee you we'll get other bids. We have a strong indication there are other people interested in purchasing this. That's really all I can say.
Yeah. Mr. Monger.
So just want to quickly, first off, the family owned the property and we sold it 20 years ago. It's been sitting in, so really, and no, I don't expect, and I just got the lease from this because it had gone abandoned from other family, uncles and some other family. So that's not a fair comparison. I guess my continued concern is this the precedent setting here of selling out. This is not an isolated 1 acre piece of property. This is 562 acre piece of property as bisected by a county road, and we all know that county road regulations allow for the parcel on both sides. Our regulations allow for the the interesting thing here, both on this parcel and the parcel that's both north, we have some new buyers coming in, and it was fenced into that way, and they think that they can quiet title you guys, and that they had adverse possession of this thing. And well, welcome to Colorado. You really can't do that, by the way. So so I it's not going to break my operation, and you guys don't need to support my operation. I'm trying to support you guys, and then I think this is a bad move, and I think it's setting bad precedent when you start selling things off that are on the wrong side of the county road. My problem with this thing is it's the only flat place on the whole damn lease, excuse the French. It's the only flat place that has a creek run. The creek runs through the other portion of it, but it's the only flat place on the whole lease. There's another parcel on the north that's in the same position. I guess my question is so if we set this one up, are we going to do the same thing for the north parcel as well? That's bisected by the creek and the road. So just trying to stave off a little bit of precedence here, and again, just because people have come in with more money and better ideas and bring resources that we, and we're changing our habits here. And again, I'm innocent here. I've bought into a hugely deficient ag operation on this lease right here. The fences hadn't been fixed in 3 years and total mess. So anyhow, enough said. Thank you. And I understand you guys' position and however you go. I just want to put my 2 cents in and say my piece. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
This is Commissioner Scanlon. Just a quick question for Greg. So we have all the land, State Board, Land Board land is in the blue. I'm curious why we never absorbed this little parcel into our adjacent lands.
I'm not sure what you mean by absorbed.
Well, why is it a standalone? You're
Why
saying.
is it a separate
Oh, no,
lease?
it's part of, Mr. Monger leases the entire blue parcel on this map and some that's not on this map or behind the legend. And he does lease the 7 acres on the west side of the road. It is one lease. Is that?
So you're pulling it away from a lease? It's not a stranded piece?
It's stranded in the sense that it is on the other side of the road. So it's physically separated. It supports 1 AUM. So 1 cow for 1 month on that parcel. So it's about, or in that neighborhood. So we get $40. We get $40 a year for this part of the lease.
So, Greg.
Yeah, yes.
Commissioner
Yeah, well, Greg, I guess using that same logic, then as you look at this blue parcel, you could say that north part that's west of the county road is stranded, and way up north, it's stranded. And in fact, when you look at the entire blue parcel, the portion down there that is shown in yellow actually is blue, right?
Yes, I'm sorry if that wasn't clear. It's state trust land highlighted for this
Yeah,
discussion.
so I guess I'm not persuaded that I feel like that we need to divide that off. And I feel like that if we were to do that, then there would certainly be a case to be made for dividing all these others that are just on the other side of the county road. And that seems, I understand that the conversation is if 2 to 3 times the value could be received, that we should consider sales. But I have to say, so much of the beautiful land of Colorado could indeed be sold that we hold. And
Sure.
so I just feel like that's an unfortunate precedent, particularly as it relates to this parcel.
So let me make sure I'm clear. Mr. Monger has the entire blue under lease.
I believe that's correct. Mr. Monger, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Yep. In fact, I have the lease on the highlighted proposed parcel as well. So.
Right. Okay. I was under the impression this was like looking at this, the way we have this in the board order is that it's 7.1 acres. I understand you've parsed that out, but I thought this was a separate, just a single 7.1 acre lease.
I apologize. We only reflected, I see what you're saying. We were trying to reflect in the table at the top of your memo.
Yeah.
Only the acreage that was being considered, but there are 562 acres in the entire lease.
Well, and just I'm now thinking about listening to Mr. Monger and the fact that this is the only flat piece of ground, and that this is where this, from what I'm hearing, is a pretty important part of his operation. And would have a pretty significant impact on the rest of his lease there. So
Well, so I just want to, just to be clear, and I'm not
Yeah.
advocating for a position.
yeah,
Staff is, at this point, I don't know what staff will do if a proposal comes to us that this may be the only flat part, but we don't necessarily always want corrals and that kind of infrastructure on a state lease,
Sure.
state land. We often say that may be necessary, but put it on your deeded land. So I am not advocating that change your decision. I just want you to know,
yeah.
Commissioner, you'll be gone, but Mr. Conger may be back at some point saying staff didn't allow me to do this, and we may not.
Yeah. So I'll just
we keep it in the lease.
point the finger at Commissioners Heath and Scanlon.
Okay.
Yeah, right. Well, and I appreciate that perspective, Greg. I think where I'm uncomfortable, and I was with you, Gary, I thought we were talking about this little piece that was just stuck in the middle of nowhere. And yes, we are trying to absolutely clean up our portfolio from that perspective, but it's really a part of a large lease. And us starting down the path of pulling off small acreage from our leases and from our lands, I just don't know that I'm comfortable with that unless there is a really, really compelling reason. And $50,000 is a nice reason, but not compelling enough for me to support this.
Again, I'm not trying to persuade you. I just want to be clear that it would be north of $100,000.
Yeah.
50 is what we think the value is.
I see.
The minimum bid we would advertise for is about 100 and, I can't do that math, 705.
Yeah, 6 or 5. Yeah.
So we saw an opportunity to.
Right.
Okay.
I'm following you. I will be candid though. I still don't think that's compelling enough for me to do this at this.
I didn't think you were going to find it compelling. I just wanted to be clear.
Yeah, my price tag was 500,000, and then you have me, Craig.
Okay.
I'm just not quite there yet.
Okay.
Commissioner Heath,
I'm prepared to offer a motion.
if you'd hold that for a second. Commissioner Carney, any thoughts on this?
Yeah, I'm just taking it all in and thinking about it too, but I can go either way.
Okay. Commissioner Heath, hold on. Let me ask if are there any other members of the public who wanted to make comment on this?
Not seeing any, Commissioner.
Okay, Commissioner Heath.
Yes, I'm going to offer this motion after consideration of the materials presented and testimony given at the regular meeting of the June 8th, 2021 Land Board. The board determines that it is not in the best interest of the trust to approve the disposal of the 7.1 acres of state land in section 23, township 7 North, range 86 West.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Heath. Is there a second?
Second.
A second by Commissioner Scanlon. Any further comment? We'll take a roll call vote. Those in favor of the motion, which is to not approve the staff recommendation. So we would, a vote in favor would be to not list this property. Indicate by saying aye. Commissioner Heath.
Aye.
Commissioner Scanlon.
Aye.
Commissioner Carney.
Aye.
And I vote in favor. Motion passes 4-0. So thank you, Mr. Monger, for your time today. Appreciate you taking the time to join us.
Thank you very much for your consideration as well.
Sure.
Board.
Are we doing all right, folks? Good. All right. We'll move on then to final action 2B, which I think is now going to be modified to really just looking at the El Paso County stewardship parcels. Is that correct? Right? Somebody yeah, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Lindsay, yep. And it looks like your PowerPoint's working.
Okay, great. Well, good morning, Commissioner. Sorry, it took me a minute to get off mute there. Yeah, so for the record, this is Lindsay Brandt, Stewardship Trust Manager, and today's action item is making changes to the Stewardship Trust. In short, what we're going to do here today is maintain designation of some central shortgrass prairie while also supporting our state's renewable energy goals. In light of, so first I'm going to talk about the properties that we're going to remove from the Stewardship Trust. And in light of the last agenda item, we no longer need to talk about the Sleeping Giant property, but here is the actual Sleeping Giant formation that Mr. Monger mentioned. And so just bear with me while I skip through a couple of slides here. So the now only property that we're going to talk about for removal from the Stewardship Trust is a portion of the Frost Stewardship Trust designation. And the entire Frost Stewardship Trust designation is about 17,500 acres down in El Paso County. This is an area that I know the board is quite familiar with at this point. The commissioners will remember in January and February of this year, we had quite a few conversations about these areas and the solar planning leases, sort of current and future that were discussed. And so just to refresh your memory here, the area in yellow, highlighted in yellow, is the Frost Stewardship Trust designation, which basically also aligns with the Frost Livestock Company lease, ag lease, which I've outlined in blue here. You can also see highlighted in orange right here, doesn't show up on my screen, and hopefully it shows up nicely on yours, is the Nextera planning lease, which was issued in 2018. And then adjacent to that is the Synetics lease, shown in purple, which is what the board approved at the February meeting, which is, these are both currently planning leases. And at that meeting, we talked about the fact that these lands would be removed from the Stewardship Trust, basically once the board agreed to issue this Synetics planning lease, because both of these leases are expected to move into production, solar production. So in total, these two leases overlap about 2,531 acres of Stewardship Trust that are both part of that Frost Stewardship Trust designation. So just a little bit about the Stewardship Trust designation. The entire Frost designation is about 17,574 acres, and it was nominated by the Nature Conservancy, Arkansas Valley Audubon, and the local ranching community, mostly for its importance as a large chunk of the central shortgrass prairie. And we've talked about this landscape quite a bit over the past several months. So the specific portion that we're talking about removing, the 2,500 acres, is currently leased for grazing, recreation, private recreation, and also these utility scale solar planning leases. On the bottom here, I have the diversity, resilience, and connectedness scores. I've talked about these in the past, the tool created by the Nature Conservancy to sort of help evaluate some of these landscape scale properties. So we solicited comments, which we received from CPW, the lessee, and other members of the ranching community. And while CPW did not oppose the removal, the other commenters did express opposition, citing concerns primarily about the impacts of solar development on the landscape in the area, the impacts potential to wildlife, and also the impact on the ranching operations in the area. When the board approved this planning lease, we sort of talked about some of these issues, and we also talked about, from a stewardship trust perspective, which is really what I can speak to, we feel like we can find some other pieces of central shortgrass prairie within this general area that are, equal or sort of better ecological value that we can designate, which is what I'm going to talk about next. So just to recap, we're only now talking about these 2,531.6 acres in El Paso and not the 7.1 en route. And as you know, if the board is to remove a property from the stewardship trust, we need to replace it with an equal or greater amount of land elsewhere. And we'd like to do that in the same general vicinity so that we're continuing to keep part of the Central Shortgrass Prairie in the stewardship trust. I know that you're never really supposed to apologize for your slides, but when I showed this slide to Greg, he told me it looked like the Great Salt Lake. So I want to just point out that when I went down to evaluate these properties in April, the area was still in a state of severe drought, which we're all familiar with. Since then, I know that there's been some rain, and so hopefully it would look a little bit greener if we were to go look at it today. But it's also kind of a good thing to think about, like just because something isn't really beautiful from maybe our traditional perspective, that doesn't mean it's not ecologically significant. So I don't want to confuse those two things.
Greg, never one to mince words. We appreciate that.
So again, the Frost property, stewardship trust property, kind of on the west side of this conglomeration, and Chico Basin Ranch, kind of on the right and south side of this conglomeration. So we reviewed staff and the lessees, Duke Phillips at Chico Basin Ranch. We reviewed a handful of options on Chico Basin Ranch to designate in replacement for these properties. And what you're looking at here is, so we have 3 stewardship trust designations: the Frost, Chico Basin Ranch down here, and also here. And then this is the Bohart up here. And so this area shown in red is what we're removing from the stewardship trust or proposing to remove today. This whole purple, this yellow and this yellow is all what's part of the Chico Basin Ranch. And what we're proposing to enroll into the stewardship trust are these areas over here on the far east side of the ranch. It's kind of a unique area in that there's a sandier soil type in this area. So it expresses a little bit different plant community from what the areas kind of to the south and the south and the west part of Chico Basin Ranch, which is areas I believe the commissioners have toured. This area contains 2 potential conservation areas designated by the Natural Heritage Program of very high biodiversity significance. It also provides the same wildlife habitat and open space values that the previous property also contained. And it does score a little higher when using the assessment tool on diversity, resilience, and connectedness. And CPW did express support for this designation. I just put together a quick comparison. The removal, 2,531 acres, and we're proposing to designate 2,560, both part of the Central Shortgrass Prairie. The new potential designation has these potential conservation areas, and just a quick comparison of the assessment scores. So in summary, staff is recommending that the board approve the removal of 2,531.6 acres in El Paso County from the Stewardship Trust and designate 2,506 acres also in El Paso County into the Stewardship Trust. If I can do some quick math in my head without those 7.1 acres, I think that results in a net increase of acreage to the Stewardship Trust of about 28.4 acres, which keeps us well below our threshold. At this point, I welcome any comments or questions that you might have, and it's possible we might have some members of the public who are also interested in making comments on this.
Yeah. And I would just sort of note that as part of our packet, it did include comments from CPW as well as local ranching community. I believe we heard a letter from the Frost Ranch as well as the Hannah Ranch. We did receive those comments. So before I ask for public comment, commissioners, any questions for Lindsay? Okay. I see a hand up, and so yeah, I will turn to our attendees, and I believe Jay we just promoted, but If there are other members who wish to make comment on this, you can raise your hand and we'll get to you in order. Mr. Frost, I see you. I don't see you. I see your name. You're on mute, and if you'd like to take yourself off mute and maybe start your video, we can accept your comments. Okay. Mr. Frost, we're gonna, Miss Hannah has joined us. We're gonna go, she's got her video going, and I'll take her comment, and hopefully you can work on your video and we'll get to you. So Miss Hannah, welcome.
Good morning, commissioners of the Colorado State Land Board. Thank you for once again receiving the El Paso County ranching community at your meetings. I hoped during Bill Ryan's commentary on Commissioner Butterworth's departure that he wasn't referring to me, but I am proud to carry a torch as one of Gary Butterworth's fellows from El Pomar Foundation. I hope that maintains to be a positive response.
Let the record state I maintain my objectivity in all matters, wearing my fiduciary as a commissioner.
My name is Maggie Hanna. I'm here representing Hanna Ranches Incorporated, which is a neighbor to the Frost Livestock to the north. As you all are intimately aware, we have had long discussions about solar development and how lands in El Paso County should be utilized. Understanding the state land board's deep and defining conflict of generating revenue and managing large landscapes. I want to echo Doug Monger's comments about this setting precedent. I have some very deep concerns that as these landscapes see pressure from the outside world, be that solar development or a buyer with a lot of cash, I worry that if we stand down to every threat, we will just inch our way to Kansas and moving these stewardship trust acres east without actually having, nothing on these lands has changed since the time that they were included in the stewardship trust. So my question to you is really why this property was included in the stewardship trust originally and why we are considering moving it. And it is really exclusively for solar development, which is obviously an issue that we have some intention in addressing. My request of the commission today, respectfully, is that we delay this decision until a comprehensive agricultural, recreation, and energy plan has been developed and evaluated by stakeholders. I think removing these acres in advance of planning leases is short-sighted, and I worry that it is a very different landscape that we are selecting. Those sand soils are totally different than the acres that are included today here on the Frost Livestock operation. So I will end that comment there. Thank you for your time and consideration. I think the one additional piece I would add is we designated stewardship trust acres in the late 90s to have an allegiance to something that made these landscapes unique. So standing down from that at the first sight of cash is a scary precedent. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. It appears we have two Mr. Frosts. I'm going to go to Sam because I can see him, and I'm guessing perhaps, and then we'll go to Jay if he would like to make comment. But Sam, welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having us, commissioners. For the record, my name is Sam Frost. I'm the vice president for the Frost Livestock Company, and I'll just start right where Maggie finished off. Yeah, it really feels like, the approval or removal of stewardship lands from the trust for, the purpose of building a solar facility sets a bad precedent, just in general. I think, from our perspective, as an operator, we, will likely face financial losses. It's hard to calculate, exactly what those are without knowing how many acres, will go into a solar lease. But if we take out that whole pasture, we could face losses, ranging from $60,000 to $75,000 annually. This is both for, cattle, livestock production, and recreation. And so for a small operation, that's a lot of money. It makes us nervous. It's concerning. So that's point number one. I've got 4 points, by the way. I won't go on and on, I promise. The second thing that concerns me and the rest of us here, is the trust we have between partners. So the Frost Livestock Company and State Land Board have been partners for a long time, nearly 60 years. And I understand, the fiduciary duty to perform for the public schools, and it is that's your obligation as a board. I think there's certainly a trade-off in pursuit of financial gain over community development. So that sort of presents a weak link, and I say that candidly and respectfully. It's just, that's a heavy point that I think we need to address. And as we look, as a young lessee looking into the future, it's deflating. It's like, oh man, what are we getting ourselves into? Is it time to leave? I'm young. Should we go somewhere else before we really, start building here or continue building? So, that's about it for point number 2. Number 3, cultural and community degradation. So this is kind of dovetails with the partnership trust. If we remove that pasture from our operation, and it's, likely it's not going to be the whole pasture, but if we remove that land, we're removing land from a small operation. So that presents market vulnerabilities. And so for a small operation, it doesn't take a lot for us to lose big. And so say we leave, and if we remove one operator from this community, it doesn't take a lot for the whole community to fall. So I think it's not, I wouldn't say it's imminent, but this is sort of, a risk that I think needs to be assessed and addressed. And that's about it for that point. And I'll finish, as Maggie did, having a comprehensive agricultural, recreational, and energy plan moving forward would be very helpful. It would help us plan. It would help us communicate efficiently, between lessees and staff members and lessees and board members. It would communicate expectations, I think. And, I think we all know solar production's probably going to happen. Hopefully we can do that in a responsible way. And again, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Good luck making this decision, because it's a really, really big one. But it's the time, it's the time to make it is now, I think.
All right. Thank you, Sam. Do you know if Jay wanted to make comment?
I think he did. He might be having technical difficulties.
Okay.
Hey, wait,
oh wait, he's there.
Okay, you're off mute. Are you there?
yeah, I can hear you.
All right.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Gary and board members. So two things, the stewardship issue and solar, opportunity. Yeah, as Sam said, we're small, and we would hope, to be, be whole after this whole deal. Certainly, we don't want to infringe. I mean, if our opportunity, so that basically it's 50 cows, per year. That's substantial for us. It's about $40,000 of income, gross income, and $25,000 net in a average year. That's a big hit for us. So I would hope that we'd somehow be whole, given, I mean, if the solar cats, if they want to pony up for that 25,000, cash, through our 10-year or 8-year lease, that's a good start, possibly. Yeah. So another thing, the geography of that pasture, what Sam alluded to, they want the solar cats want the heart of that pasture, but there's some fringe area that's not appropriate for solar development. However, the fences are, so basically, that $2,500 or acre pasture is going to be useless for us. There's, I think that's it's a 3,000 acre pasture. We couldn't use that because it's, if they're going to fence it, that's fine. But that'd be on them. And yeah, so, we need the fences are wrong, basically, for that, application. One more point, we've brushed against these solar companies for several years, probably 5 years. And it's a shifty lot. You can't pin them down very much well, as the state all knows now. So everybody's close to the chest. Nobody's going to say a hell of a lot, because there's so much competition between those companies. It's hard to pin them down. So I would caution the board about that. That's it pretty much for me.
Okay, thank you. Nick, I see Mr. Burke has his hand up. If you'll bring him forward.
On the way.
Okay, Mr. Burke, as soon as you are fit, you can turn your video on and take yourself off mute.
Can you hear me?
There you are.
Okay.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Kenny Burke. I'm a neighbor to the east with Frost and Hannah's, and I want to agree with everything that they said. One thing, this stewardship trust land, I think one thing that's unique is the deeded land that's checkerboarded through it. And, you know, you're considering moving it to some of your land that's just 100% state land. And I think this is unique where we have our deeded land and state land, and disturbing that, it's going to affect our agriculture and our value of our deeded property. And I want you to take that in consideration, how it's going to disturb this area. We're not very big, like Sam said, and but together we all work together, and I don't want to see this break out and disturb us. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any questions for our guests, members of the public who've made comment? All righty. Commissioner Heath, yep.
Right. Mr. Frost referred to a comprehensive agricultural, cultural, and energy plan. And I think later in our packet, we will have a presentation from Christopher Smith, right? Is that what he's referring to as the comprehensive ag, cultural, and energy plan?
Greg?
I believe that to be the case, but Greg, do you want to speak to that more?
Yes, Commissioner Heath, that is what we are presenting. I guess I would, well, I'll answer that and go ahead.
Me?
Who?
Who did you want to go ahead?
Who'd you just say go ahead?
Who's on first?
I wasn't sure if Commissioner Heath had a follow-up.
Okay. Commissioner Heath, so Greg said yes. Christopher Smith will be presenting a version of a comprehensive plan later.
And so does the point that the folks, the Hannas and Frost are making, is that in relation to this comprehensive plan? I mean, there's an implication that there's a plan in place, and yet I don't know how this fits with that plan.
I think I will try to clarify this way. The point in time, and I believe Lindsay pointed out in February, when the board approved these planning leases, I believe you approved them with the knowledge that these were very quickly going to move to production leases. And it was at that point in time where I believe the board said, we will approve these, but before we approve any more, effectively, I'm paraphrasing, but before we approve any more, we want this comprehensive leasing plan. So staff started to work on the comprehensive leasing plan, while in parallel, we continued to take the steps with the planning lessees to advance these leases towards production leases. One of those steps is the removal of these lands for the stewardship trust. So I think we're on parallel paths. And these were the last two, perhaps, properties that the board was willing to approve for leasing before that comprehensive sort of framework was put in place. And we intend to bring you that framework later today before we bring you any other or additional lease requests. Is that clear?
Well, certainly you're headed in the direction where I was hoping to go. I know we haven't actually any action item on the comprehensive agricultural energy plan, but what you're saying is when we approved the earlier leases, we said it would be already an expectation that they would not be subject to this coming plan. Is that correct?
I think effectively I'm saying that. I would also share with you as a preview that I think these leases, if you endorse or if you believe the staff work on the plan has reached a point where you're comfortable with it, and I could bring, we're sort of getting this out of sequence, but I believe the plan would identify these as appropriate lands for solar development. I call it a plan. I think it's more of a framework or a methodology, but I think the methodology would have identified these lands as suitable for development. So I don't know if that helps or not.
No, I appreciate that. It does help me.
Yeah, just a clarification, these planning, just refresh me, I think we understood back in February, I mean, we issued the planning leases for this. These companies have invested millions of dollars and you know, we then started seeing additional potential or targeting of this sort of corridor. And we said, you know what, we're down the road here. We've learned lessons. We're going to apply those lessons, but effectively, presuming these two leases come to us for a production lease, which everything indicates they are going to become production leases, we're then reevaluating everything else and subsequent need to take these out of the stewardship trust.
I think that's correct. And to clarify, the one, Lindsay, thank you for putting the map up. The orange one had been in place for several years, the planning lease. And so what we shared with you, and I think the board agreed with, was we've already, we're way down the road on putting this one on top of stewardship trust. Perhaps in hindsight, we wouldn't have done that, but we did. Right. And therefore the purple one, and I think February was in front of you, and we said, given the way that the first one is going to cut off or isolate these other lands, we think it makes sense to go ahead with the purple one, and the board agreed. So yes, I think Commissioner Butterworth's summary is accurate and is how we got here.
I've got a question. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. So we got Nextera and Sonadex. Is that right?
Yes.
So how are you going? How I don't understand how they're going to transmit that energy. You know, does that Nextera intend to like build a substation, you know, where those two big line meets, you know, that XL and the tri-state, you know, on that piece? I don't understand why. There's just not enough information for me to make a real good decision.
I think they have to present that information, and if I think part of that process would be that, you know, to take it from a planning lease, they're doing all that due diligence and understanding whether or not they can turn solar energy into, you know, a profitable business. So I think that's on them to determine that. We're here just talking about the stewardship trust, but if there's a quick, easy answer to that, Greg, I assume they have a plan.
Yeah, I think your answer was a good one. I would say they need to figure out how they're going to connect, interconnect, deliver the energy. If they're putting a substation on our land, we would be aware of that because we lease differently for that than we do for instance, panels. But yeah, I'm not sure. Chris is better prepared to answer that. It might be a question we could get into offline.
Yeah.
To try to help Mr. Frost understand that.
Yeah.
Chris sent me a message and said there's a substation about 5 miles to the southwest.
So they'll connect there.
For what that's worth.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from our commissioners? Yeah, Commissioner Heath.
Would it be possible for you all with the mapping just to show us where those other properties are? The Burke and the Hannah on this map, just to kind of show. I see the Frost is this one in blue, right? It's got.
Let me back out to the larger map.
Okay.
And Justin, if you're online, you might be able to get through this a little more accurately. But I'll give it my best here.
Good, thanks, Lindsay.
So yeah, Frost is here, like we mentioned. Hannah and Burke, I believe, are all in this area up here.
That is correct, Lindsay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, Commissioner Heath or
No.
Commissioner Scanlon, Commissioner Carney, any comments? I mean, I would just simply share, I mean, I think we're in a difficult position, but I think going back, we had agreed that we're committed to this, and that, you know, the upside here in terms of taking a parcel out of stewardship trust is, if you looked at the breakdown of the proposed acres, you know, we're protecting, well, I shouldn't say protecting, we're adding to our stewardship trust land that, you know, from a ecological perspective is at least as good, and in many respects, at least per the category rankings, is better than this particular parcel. So we're actually improving the ecological value of the stewardship trust by swapping these. And you know, the stewardship trust is a dynamic entity designation. We have the ability to, you know, we do acquire new lands, and we do engage in transactions. So this doesn't mean this land isn't any less valuable. It's just that at this moment, I think we have land that we think is more suitable. So I'm inclined to approve the staff's recommendation for this. If there aren't any other comments, I might entertain a motion.
Gary, can you hear me?
Sure. Yes.
Can I, one more little point. You know, that stewardship land, you know, south of Hanover Road and east of Meridian Road, Nextera and Sanadox. You know, there was in the old days when they were moving cattle, you know, from Texas to Montana with no fences, that there's a trail. It was called the Chico Cutoff, and I suspected, you know, when they had to change cross the river of the Arkansas, you know, in a high water year, they would cross there right, you know, between Fowler and Pueblo, and follow Chico Creek north until it runs out of water. And then they'd have to go straight west to, you know, Fountain Creek. And in some years, you can see that trail, you know, it's big, wide, you know, I don't know, 100-yard wide. So, you know, there's some, you know, significant historical sort of things, you know, for us, for sure. And, you know, I've only seen that map once, and I can't find it now, but anyway, that's it for me.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Frost. Is anyone prepared to make a motion? or further discussion necessary?
I think, Gary, we're all struggling a little with yes, we committed really to doing this earlier in the year, but recognize the issue with the incompatibility of solar and particularly grazing. And it's, and I appreciate that we're going to be looking at the more comprehensive plan later in our meeting. But it's a tension that I think we're all feeling a little.
Commissioner Carney, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I feel the same way. I'm having trouble with it.
Commissioner Scanlon, if I might, I'm pulling up the February mapping and books here where we looked at the impacts on the operations when we were approving the solar leases here. And what I think we saw was the next era, well, one of the planning leases that would have impacted frost went away, that dropped. The next era one was going to remove about 9% from the total frost livestock operation, I think was the calculation. I hope I'm looking at the right paragraph. I'm trying to do this on the fly. Justin or Chris, if you're able to add in, but and then I would also tell you that the plan that we're, let me call it a framework that Chris is going to share with you later on today, tries to overlay a number of items. So first, where does the sun shine brightly? Second, where is there available transmission? And then third, tries to take into account some metric around forage and viability of the land, productivity of the land, not viability, productivity of the land. This land fits squarely inside the framework that Chris is going to present to you today. Now, that's in no way am I calling this bad land or not viable land for these operators. Clearly, they've operated on them for some time, but we're trying to come up with a metric and a framework of where you would put this stuff, where you would put solar, and this is inside it. Mm-hmm. So I just want to point that out also. It's not like we're trying to grab in an outlier from the framework we're going to present to you later. This is inside the
no, I'm following. I'm completely following. And we have a tension with, we want to support renewable energy.
Yep.
You know, it's just competing interests that I think we're weighing a bit.
Yeah. No doubt the layering of leases is challenging stuff. And there's tension in our mission. It was built with tension in it, right?
Commissioner Heath, where are you? I know you're in Boulder, I think.
Well,
on this issue.
I'm struggling with the same things that my colleagues are. I, of course, recognize that we haven't actually adopted a comprehensive plan that we can formally say this fits into or doesn't yet. I know we've kind of got this out of sequence, but in February, I believe that we recognized that these two would be approved and that we would move on them before we got a more formalized plan in place. So I am feeling like there was some obligation there based on our February decision.
Mm-hmm. So we're four. And it sounds like there are two who, two of us, Commissioner Heath, Commissioner Butterworth, have expressed, why we're in favor of this, recognizing what we believe we agreed to. Commissioner Scanlon, Commissioner Carney sort of have some reservations. So I would ask, have you, after hearing from the rest of us, perhaps changed your mind, or we could consider tabling this until after the solar presentation, if you wanted to see that perspective, as I mentioned, that hand immediately goes up that perhaps Mr. Okus disagrees. Yes, Greg. We can't hear you.
Oh, you can't? I'm not muted. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I mean, your microphone, it looked like you could speak, but.
Oh, sorry. It's just another thought. I do think if asked, and the conversation sort of drifted into this, but I didn't think we needed to jump into it. But I think staff's perspective, there are many reasons the lands that were enrolled in the trust 40 years ago, 30 years ago were put in, and there are many reasons we've replaced them with other lands along the way. I think there's a general feeling on staff's part that the land we're recommending for enrollment is better land. So if you make this about the stewardship trust, we're not asking you to do anything with the leases. We're asking you to remove and replace land in the stewardship trust, which is clearly, a step on the way towards the leases. But if you don't want to do the leases, I'm not sure this is the way to say you don't want to do the leases. I think you ought to have a vote on the leases and say, we changed our mind and we don't want to do solar leasing here. I think staff would still be comfortable with replacing these lands in the stewardship trust. We think it's better land for a number of reasons. So you might consider that.
Yeah, that's a good point. Thank you. That definitely conflating the two.
Two issues. Well, and I will say, I suspect when we hear the presentation later, these lands would be appropriate. I'm guessing the staff has already anticipated making sure that we're in alignment. Gary, I can move forward. I do think we were there in February, and I hear Greg on this isn't the definitive question on leasing.
Yeah. Okay.
I just want to say though, I did want to express, and I'm glad we're taking some time with this conversation to show that we do hear people and understand and recognize their concerns and validate that.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Scanlon. Commissioner Heath, would you be comfortable making a motion?
Well, let me just ask if clarification. When you talked about tabling it, were you talking about within this meeting that we would just hear the presentation from Christopher Smith about?
Yeah, if that would have helped, Commissioner Scanlon, Commissioner Carney have that context to see that in fact these lands, as Greg has represented, even through our comprehensive plan, it's a draft, but this land was in there. But then I think Greg makes a point that we're somewhat conflating this. We're simply trading this land for what Lindsay has presented as more valuable stewardship trust land. Of course, yes, we see that it's perhaps in anticipating future solar development, but we're not determining that now. And that, really you and Commissioner Scanlon and the three new commissioners will be seeing that production lease come to you, and you will have an opportunity to reevaluate that at that time. Does that make sense? Commissioner Heath?
Yeah, I guess I'm asking more my colleagues about whether they just meant that they within this meeting want to just rearrange the pattern in which we consider it.
Well, I think
I mean, it's different than tabling it to another.
Yeah, I didn't mean tabling it, but it appears now Commissioner Scanlon is comfortable that this is a stewardship trust issue, not a lease issue.
Okay.
And so I think I'm comfortable that we're at a place we could go ahead and act here on this.
Okay.
But, are you comfortable making a motion?
No, yes.
It's on, you could sort of read it off the.
Well, yeah, I am. I was going to make a
Okay.
little change in it, but I'll go ahead and read it. This is Commissioner Heath. After consideration of materials presented and testimony given at our regular meeting, June 8th, 2021, the board determined
Yes, 2021.
Sorry about that.
determines that it's in the best interest of the trust to approve the removal of 2,531.6 acres of state land, trust land in El Paso from the Stewardship Trust and designate 2,560 acres of Chico Basin Ranch in El Paso County into the Stewardship Trust. Specific descriptions of the lands to be removed and designated are described in the cover sheet and the board order, and we delegate authority to the director to draft an order and take appropriate action consistent with our decision.
And I would simply note that the board order does address the Routt County parcels, and we are hereby that is not part of the motion.
Right, thank you.
And we will update that accordingly.
Yeah, so it's been moved by Commissioner Heath. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Scanlon. Any further comment? Questions? We'll take a roll call vote. If in favor of the motion, indicate by saying aye. Commissioner Heath.
Aye.
Commissioner Scanlon.
Aye.
Commissioner Carney.
No.
And I vote in favor. Motion passes 3-1 with Commissioner Carney voting against the motion. Thank you all. Thank you to the Frost family for being with us this morning.
Commissioner,
did you have something?
yes, I'm sorry to have to jump in, but decisions to remove property from the
Require
Stewardship
4/5.
Trust require a minimum of 4 votes.
Well, you're right.
All right. I go back and the motion is not approved for the requirement of a supermajority, which is 4 out of 5 commissioners. So we will no action, formal action has been taken at this time regarding this acreage in the Stewardship Trust.
And I just want to recognize, I understand that and recognize that my motion will be void.
Okay. Greg?
That you reconsider it after you've seen this afternoon's presentation? Can you do that?
I don't see, I think we're able to, there's nothing, Ed, there's no reason why we couldn't revisit.
No, I don't think there's a reason you couldn't bring this back for further consideration.
All right, so what I'll do is I'll simply, after that information item, I'll ask commissioners if they would like to revisit this. And if so, we will. If not, we won't. Why don't we take a 10-minute break? Well, let's do a 13-minute break. I've got 10:26. If we come back at 10:40, reconvene and probably finish up the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
Okay. There's Commissioner Heath, so I think we're good. I heard the message we're being recorded, so Tracy, are we good to go? Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Today is Tuesday, June 8th, 2021. I'd like to reconvene a meeting of the Colorado State Board of Land Commissioners. Again, this meeting is being conducted via Zoom web conferencing. We're in our final action items, and I should have acknowledged this at the start, but final action item 2C, sand and gravel lease was pulled prior to this meeting, so we will not be addressing that item today. So we're on to tab 6, extension of board order 2016-030, and that's Justin Osborne.
Morning, Commissioners. For the record, this is Justin Osborne, South Central District Manager. I will be very brief today with this presentation. Actually, I have no presentation. This will be more of just a conversation and debriefing on where we're at with the IND funds on the Brett Gray Ranch. So today's staff's recommendation for this business item is requesting that the Commissioners grant a 2-year extension of Board Order 2016-030. That board order was approved in 2016 for IND maintenance funds to be spent on the Brett Gray Ranch. That totaled a little over $590,000 for maintenance projects over a 5-year period. As we are near the end of that 5-year period, we have roughly half the money still to spend, and we are looking for a 2-year extension. We've had a number of things kind of come up over the last 5 years that staff recognizes now some of its errors as far as getting some of these projects done early on. In your cover sheet, we went through and listed some of the projects that have been done. We've replaced a center pivot, done some pipeline work, some fence work, demolished a house actually. So a lot of different projects that did occur. Everything that's left is mainly related to more water projects and fencing. So we feel a 2-year timeline, we can accomplish that over those years. And with that, if there's any questions.
All right, thank you, Justin. Any questions? Any members of the public wish to make comment on this item? So raise your hand. Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion. Looks like Commissioner Heath, you're ready to go.
Sure. After consideration of materials presented and testimony given at our regular meeting on June 8th, 2021, we determined it's the best interest of the trust to approve the expenditure of up to, wait a minute. Do I have the right one? Yeah.
To approve an extension of Board Order 2016-030 through May 2023.
I think I'm reading the exhibit. Right?
You seem to be okay.
Huh. In my packet, it says May 12th, 2016.
That is the exhibit from
Yes.
the original board order.
Okay, so let me step back and say, after consideration of the materials presented and testimony given today at the regular meeting, June 8th, 2021, we determined it's the best interest of the trust to approve the expenditure as presented by Justin Osborne.
And to be clear, an extension of Board Order 2016-030 through May 2023.
Yes, thank you.
It's been moved by Commissioner Heath, second by Commissioner Carney. Any further discussion? We'll take a roll call vote. All in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye. Commissioner Scanlon.
Aye.
Commissioner Heath.
Aye.
Commissioner Carney.
Aye.
And I vote in favor. Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Yep, thank you. Commissioner Heath, you're like right below me on the Zoom screen. That's why so I'm always looking at you for some reason. That's why I'm calling on you. I'll mix it up. Our next item, we get into several policy reviews. Item 2E, real estate acquisition and disposition, tab 7 with Matt LaFontaine. Welcome, Matt.
Thank you, Commissioner Butterworth. Still morning here. Good morning, Commissioners. Matt LaFontaine, the Acquisition and Disposition Manager. And I'm here to present to you today staff's recommended revision to Board Policy 400-003, which is the Real Estate Acquisition and Disposition Policy. I think the easiest way to present the revision is to walk through Exhibit 2 to the cover sheet, which is the red line of the existing to proposed policies. If helpful, the exhibit begins on page 68 of the board packet, but I also should have it up here on the screen for you to follow along as I speak. As you'll see, many of the changes are simply updates or stylistic, but there are a few material changes that I'd like to call out. First, under criteria, there's added language explaining that the purpose of the criteria is to facilitate evaluation, but that they are not hard and fast requirements for the board to pursue an acquisition or disposition. Next, specifically under the acquisition criteria, we've introduced a relative investment comparison concept whereby a prospective investment will be gauged against similar investments already held by the board. This will help establish preliminary investment hurdles for staff underwriting and help to ensure that future investments in general are marginally accretive to the portfolio over time. Staff also introduced the evaluation of water rights. With the increasing potential importance of water rights, staff believes that prioritizing new deals that include water rights whenever possible will prove favorable over the long term. Under due diligence, staff recommends that the board requirement for obtaining appraisals be increased from $50,000 to $100,000 in estimated transaction value. This will align with the state procurement requirements and ensure that the board doesn't obtain unnecessary appraisals, which typically cost between $2,500 and $10,000, depending on complexity and scope. Appraisals for lesser valued properties may still be obtained on an as-needed basis. Staff is also proposing changing the period validity of the appraisals from 1 to 2 years to better align with the standard board order effectiveness period. Under our disposal requirements, we've clarified that the board will notice lessees and local elected officials of the board's intent to dispose of assets. And we've also included geothermal resources on our list of reservations whenever disposing of lands. At this time, I'd ask for any questions from the commissioners.
All right, thanks, Matt. Any questions for Matt? Commissioner Heath.
On section 1, criteria 8.6, do you mean on that last sentence, it says this change will provide staff preliminary underwriting hurdles? I'm wondering if you mean prevent.
No, so what I mean by that, Commissioner, is by asset or investment type, staff will begin its underwriting by looking at how a prospective investment compares relative to those already held by the board. So for example, a potential agricultural acquisition, we would be looking at the income and total returns that we project that new investment to generate and see how those stack up relative to the board average for that asset class.
Right, thanks, Matt. I understand that one. Could you move back up to where it says go further on your sheet? Continue on that.
Are you asking about the cover sheet itself or the red line document?
The cover sheet.
Thank you.
You see on section 1, it says this change will provide staff preliminary underwriting hurdles.
Yes.
Does it mean prevent?
Stated another way is perhaps will provide staff a basis for establishing preliminary underwriting hurdles. And what I mean by that is an evaluation mark that we'll try to meet or exceed.
Okay. Yeah, I understand your intent. I guess I didn't understand it from what you have there, but
Would it be clear to say underwriting benchmarks or baseline metrics or something like
maybe
that?
one
Would
of
that
those.
help?
Mhm. Yeah, fine. Either one of those seems like it has more clarity.
Okay, thank you.
Is that in the board order, underwriting hurdles? I mean, not the board order, but in the policy. Is that the language? Hurdles?
We do not use that word or phrase specifically in the new proposed policy.
Okay, then it's probably
Okay.
for me.
Any other comments? Any members of the public wish to comment on this? All right, seeing none, I would entertain a motion.
After consideration of the materials presented and testimony given at its regular meeting of June 8th, 2021, the board determines that it is in the best interest of the trust to approve the changes to the real estate acquisition and disposition policy 400-003 as shown in Exhibit 3. The board delegates authority to the director to draft an order to take appropriate action consistent with the board's decision.
It's been moved by Commissioner Carney. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Scanlon. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye. I'll do a roll call vote.
Aye.
Commissioner Carney,
Aye.
Commissioner Heath,
Aye.
and I vote in favor. Motion passes 4-0. Thanks, Pat.
Thank you, commissioners.
All right, moving along, commercial asset management policy 600-002, tab 8, Christopher Smith.
Yes, good morning, commissioners. I'm Christopher Smith, the real estate section manager with the State Land Board. And I am here presenting for Julie Majors, who is on vacation today. With the change in the board meeting schedule, she had a pre-planned vacation, so I'm presenting for her. And I would present Exhibit 2 just like Matt did, but I think it might be more confusing because there is only a couple changes to this policy and none of them are substantive. The changes include changing of the date to reflect June of 2021. The last time we reviewed this policy was 3 years ago in March of 2018. The other changes include a change to reflect the new strategic plan, so to cross-reference that. And then finally, a change that defines commercial space as being office, retail, warehouse, or industrial, just added to the second page there. So with that, we recommend that the board approve the commercial leasing policy number 600-002 as shown in Exhibit 3.
All right, thank you, Christopher. Any questions? Any members of the public wish to make comment? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion.
This is Commissioner Scanlon. After consideration of the materials presented at its regular meeting of June 8, 2021, the board determines it's in the best interest of the trust to approve the updated commercial leasing policy 600-002 prepared by staff. The board delegates authority to the director to draft an order and take appropriate action consistent with this decision.
Thank you. It's been moved by Commissioner Scanlon. A second.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Carney. Further discussion? If in favor of the motion, indicate by saying aye. Commissioner Scanlon.
Aye.
Commissioner Carney.
Aye.
Commissioner Heath.
Aye.
And I vote in favor. Motion passes 4-0. We'll
Thank
see you in a little bit, Christopher.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Next item is.
I'll see you in a little bit, Christopher. If you like.
That's Siri responded to me. They're listening everywhere. All right, next item. Final action 2G, policy review with solid minerals development and Ben. Welcome, Ben.
Thank you, commissioners.
Tab 9.
Unlike the previous two, this is a fairly substantial policy revision. So I have a whole presentation for you here. Can you see my slides?
Yes.
Excellent. So thank you. For the record, this is Ben Teschner. I'm the Solid Minerals Manager at the State Land Board. As I just mentioned, this is a fairly substantial policy review for the Solid Minerals Development Policy 500-002. And I've tried to, since there's so much here, I've tried to kind of lump this presentation into sort of functional groups. So rather than kind of go through the policy line by line, talk about the pieces within the policy, regardless of where they are, that attempt to work together and solve similar or address similar issues. Throughout the presentation here, I've chosen a handful of pictures of our solid minerals program, some of which I don't get to show very often, so humor me here. The first one that I'm showing is out at our Trapper mine just south of Craig. And this is, I've chosen this as the front slide. This is a large drag line at our surface coal mine, the Trapper mine out there. And although we don't talk about coal too much these days, and I think we're all aware that coal is a commodity that we continue to lease for and continue to makes up a very important part of our solid minerals portfolio. It is declining and something we need to continue to manage through the solid minerals policy and through my position and others. So the big goals of the solid minerals policy are really fourfold, and then we've added some additional changes just to clarify some language. But the first is to be a lesser of choice for solid mineral development. And this is really important to us because if we are a lesser of choice, that means that all other things being equal, we want people to develop solid minerals on our properties rather than adjacent properties. And the key reasons for that are not only do we get revenue for the trust when we lease minerals on our property, but we also get to place stipulations on that development that we might not get to place if it was on adjacent property. And if it's on adjacent property, not only do we not get to place important stipulations, our property sees the impacts of that development without any of the benefits. So that's kind of the big thrust of that idea. We want to make sure when we are leasing, we're receiving compensation at market rates. We want to ensure appropriate reclamation of the mined properties. And this includes, importantly, I believe, the coal properties that we're seeing in decline right now that are increasingly moving into large reclamation projects, and something we really want to capture in our policy and ensure that those properties and all our other mined properties going forward are prepared for whatever their next use is. We want to protect against mineral trespass, which is somewhat linked to receiving compensation at market rates. And then, as I said before, there's a handful of things we'll talk about at the end, which are really just some little cleanup items. I didn't mention at the beginning, but I encourage the commissioners, if you haven't already, to pull out the red line that's in your board packet and follow along. I'm not going to hit every single point that's in the red line. I'm trying to hit the big ones. And when there's little word changes, we're kind of skipping over that, but I'm happy to address any of those at the end if you have questions. The first big bucket I want to talk about here is this idea of being a lesser of choice. And this involves both being competitive in the marketplace for leasing for solid minerals, but also having, while being competitive, having opportunities for staff and the board to kind of check in on these properties and ensure that what's going on there is what we want to continue to see going on there. This particular picture is a picture of our TZAC quarry out in Fremont County. And this is a pretty neat property where they produce things all the way from gravel that we're accustomed to seeing on a road basis and things like that, all the way up to large boulders that might be used in riprap on reclamation projects or river work and things like that. So the first change on the to be a lesser of choice is adding this language, lesser of choice, to the policy objective. And again, I think I've mentioned why that's important, but we felt that it was important to put it in that objective. Point 3A1 is added a second term, specifying that a second term for all solid minerals leases should be a held by production term for 10 years. A held by production term clause is a clause that automatically kicks in if a lease is producing. This gives the lessee security that if they're mining a property, that they're not going to lose it if they're continuing to mine and mine profitably. This is important because in many years past, we did held by production clauses that were indefinite. And we continue to have some of those leases which we manage going forward, some of which were leased as early as the 40s and have been continually producing. And we don't have a lot of ability to kind of check in on these projects and decide whether this use is still appropriate or whether we need to make lease modifications based on the present uses. So by kind of hemming that down and saying, we're going to make this for 10 years rather than indefinite, we also felt that it was important that staff may have the ability to approve 2 additional 10-year extensions if the lease is producing. Now, this would not automatically kick in, but gives staff the ability to give our lessees that long-term security that they want and would demand in a high capital investment like mining. And so this would effectively give a lessee 40 years, but give staff ability to kind of jump in and say, hey, we need to add some additional provisions to this in order to account for sort of the modern activities going on the property. Oops. The next big bucket is to ensure market rate compensation for all of our solid mineral leases. This picture you may be familiar with. This is the Red Canyon quarry, also in Fremont County. This is one of our major crushed stone leases in that part of the state, and this was taken with the drone in a really neat part of the world. Point 3B adjusts our rent for future solid minerals leases to $5 an acre and establishes an $800 a year rent floor. So previously the rent was $3 an acre. That was fine. We believe 5 is more appropriate to kind of keep up with inflation. And the $800 a year rent floor is effectively what it would gives you a minimum of if you're leasing less than a quarter section, you're going to pay $800 a year. Staff believe that's an appropriate amount given the cost of administering a lease and kind of establishes a minimum revenue for us if the lease is not producing or we have an exceptionally small lease. Point 3C, I've starred this because in your board packet, I mentioned this as incorrectly as point 3B. So in your board packet, this is incorrect, but it is actually point 3C on the red line. We've added the or 8% of gross sales price to sand and gravel and crushed stone royalty expectations. This has been in place in our standard sand and gravel and crushed stone lease template for a long time. It basically sets the expectation that when in most sand and gravel operations and crushed stone operations, they're paying in some amount of dollars per ton. This is kind of a catch-all that we attach to the end, that if they begin to produce particularly high value products, that we continue to earn at least a minimum rate of 8% of that sales price. And again, that is already reflected in the lease template that we use for these. We're just now updating the policy to reflect that. Also in point 3C, we've added an other products category. So point 3C goes through a number of different products that we lease for: precious metals, coal, crushed stone, gravel. and so forth. And we've just added another products here to set the expectation for leasing for these products, that this list is not exhaustive, and we do expect royalties on products that aren't necessarily listed in that list. Advanced minimum royalty, or AMR, is an important part of our leasing structure for solid minerals. And what advanced minimum royalty is it's a payment that a lessee makes upfront. That is basically a down payment on future royalties. The reason we put this in is we want to encourage the lessee to produce our minerals first, or encourage the lessee to produce our minerals quickly. So for example, a lease may include an advanced minimum royalty of $10,000 that kicks in year 3. In year 3, the lessee would pay $10,000 and they basically have $10,000 worth of credit to use when they do begin producing. Now, if they never produce, or they don't produce enough, the land board keeps that revenue. So it's sort of a minimum royalty payment as well in that respect. So what we've done in this, is we've changed the policy that our AMR balances may be forfeited to the board every 10 years. This is important again because much like the kind of held by production clause, we had advanced minimum royalty terms that went indefinitely. So if a lessee was paying advanced minimum royalty and not producing, we have some advanced minimum royalty balances that we have been holding for many, many years and continue to hold as a credit to the lessee. This policy allows the land board to, basically forces the lessee to forfeit that every 10 years and allows us to kind of bank that to revenue at that time. As part of that change, staff thought it was important to be able to grant sort of an extension to that forfeiture. If a lessee is coming up, has been working on, for example, permitting a property, or has been, doing, what it expects to be producing and expects to be able to use their AMR balance in some sort of extenuating circumstance, staff believe it's appropriate to be able to give an extension to a lessee for up to 2 years of that forfeiture date. I realize this AMR stuff is a little complicated, so if you have any questions about it, I do invite you to jump in, perhaps at this point, to discuss that. Is that about as clear as mud?
Yeah, I'm following.
Okay, all right. And finally, again, this point 4E1, as I mentioned before, sand and gravel royalties and crushed stone royalties are typically paid on a price per ton, so some dollars or cents per ton. And again, this has been longstanding practice for the person sitting in my position and in our lease templates to review those royalties every 5 years and adjust them to appropriate market rates. But we're just codifying that particular point in policy here. All right. Next point, next big bucket here is ensuring appropriate reclamation. This photo is again of the Trapper Mine south of Craig. This is the Craig Power Station off in the distance, and the area sort of in the medium and foreground used to be a coal pit and has since been reclaimed to grazing land. Importantly, I want you to remember this photo as I talk about one of these next points, because it's relevant. So burn that beautiful photo in your memory. Here we go. Point 2C1 directs staff to anticipate post-mining land use. Again, this is something that we have been doing, certainly as since before before I came, but as we are working, especially with the reclamation of properties, particularly these large coal properties, this needs to be something I think that's on the forefront of staff's mind. And for example, that property that photo you just saw, when it was originally permitted back in, decades ago, the area south of Craig was farmed for wheat. And so the DRMS permit said that it should be reclaimed to a wheat field. The climate has since changed. The economics of farming wheat in Moffat County have changed. And so, working with DRMS and with Jared, the district manager, and the lessee, we worked to adjust that permit with DRMS to say that would actually be better to be rangeland now, rather than a wheat field. So this is the type of thing that staff believes is very important for the person in my position, and is to be working with the district managers and DRMS to be thinking about. Point 4A gives staff the ability to grant ground leases for environmental monitoring equipment. Lessees who have a solid mineral lease with us are already permitted to place environmental monitoring equipment on the lease area. What this allows the staff to do is grant environmental monitoring leases to other third-party mining folks. So for example, somebody may have a mine on land that's adjacent to us and maybe just discharging water into a stream that runs through our property, for example. They may come to us and say, we would like to monitor the water that's coming through your property to ensure we're discharging appropriately, right? This would be an example of that type of ground lease. And these are typically very, very small footprint items. They, obviously would require consultation with district managers and things like that. But typically this is a very non-controversial type of thing, and staff believes adds benefit to the land board by enabling neighbors to appropriately environmentally monitor the area. Point 4F provides staff a little bit greater flexibility when it comes to bonding. Typically, prior to this change, the default bonding provision was to yield to DRMS when it comes to bonding. DRMS bonds for reclamation and reclamation only. So they hold a bond on behalf of the state for reclamation, but that doesn't necessarily include other risks to the property. So this point 4F gives staff a little more discretion to be able to say, ask the question, is DRMS's bond sufficient, or do we need to hold an additional bond from the state land board side that's a performance bond that may be held for impacts to other, perhaps surface infrastructure or cultural resources, or even just performance and pay to protect against back royalties or something of that nature. So and again, I'm happy to, that's a little bit of a big point. So I'm happy to take questions on that one at any time and talk about some of those specifics and what that would mean. And then finally on this reclamation point, point 4H allows staff to put a lease into what's called reclamation only status. As I mentioned before, our typical solid minerals lease requires a lessee to pay advanced minimum royalty annually. As a lease comes to an end and a lessee is not expected to produce going forward, it doesn't really make sense for them to pay advanced minimum royalty anymore. And so this allows staff to place a lease in reclamation only status, which gives the lessee the ability to enter the leased property, do the reclamation work, which sometimes takes many years. They would continue to pay rent on the property, but would be allowed to no longer pay advanced minimum royalty. Key to this provision is that we felt like it made sense that if a lease went into reclamation only status, that it would have to come back before you if the lessee wanted to ever produce from that lease again. All right, next big bucket is protecting against mineral trespass. We've only added one point to this bucket, but we feel it's important. This particular photo is taken on a piece of property that is severed estate, where we own the minerals and someone else owns the surface. This is a property in I can't remember if this is in Routt County or Moffat County, but it is it is on near the border of those. And the land board won a court case in that county, confirming that the board owns the sand and gravel and therefore should be leasing and receiving royalties for the sand and gravel from the mineral estate, even though we do not own the surface. So this is the idea that we're especially focused on at the moment, because it's relatively easy to mine a piece of surface that someone else owns the minerals without their knowledge. So point 2B directs staff to actively monitor split estate, especially for sand and gravel mining. And this is something that staff has really started doing in the last handful of years before my time. And one of the ways we can do that is through DRMS permit notifications that we receive for every one of those that comes up as for any part of the state. So we can see, where a new mine may be getting permitted, and we can take a look and say, is that on our split estate or is it not? This also gives staff the ability to potentially use some future technologies, maybe some remote sensing or things like that, as we think more about this problem and kind of wrap our head around it a little bit more than even we have today. Finally, there's a handful of little pieces that there's obviously clarifying language throughout this policy, but I want to highlight a couple of them. This photo is taken in Lake County. This is a gold operation that we have out there, and this particular sluice and the processing equipment that you see in the background is owned by the folks who did the gold rush, Dave Turin's Lost Mine, Discovery Channel show that we're mining with our lessee out on this property. So that's kind of a neat little side story, which I'm happy to talk more about. But if you watch that show, you get to see our property. So here's the couple clarifying points. In the authority section, we added the strategic goals, the 2 strategic goals that are sort of the most pertinent to this particular policy. You'll see that this aligns with all the new policy updates that are coming out in the last few years. Point 4A discusses staff's ability to issue lease modifications, and just changes the language here. We believe that the intent of this has always been to allow staff to make minor lease modifications without bringing that before the board. And so rather than the previous language, which says that staff may approve modifications, quote, within the terms originally approved by the board, working with Ed, we thought that staff may approve modifications that do not fundamentally change the substance of the lease was more appropriate language for this idea. And then point 2E directs staff to visit producing leases every 5 years. Previously, this provision directed staff to visit production leases every 3 years. The 2 changes are the term producing. This addresses the idea that there are some production leases that we have that are not actually producing. So we believe that that staff time could be better used visiting lease properties where there's actually mining activity going on. And then second, every 5 years rather than every 3. And again, there are higher priority leases that need to be visited much more frequently than this. But getting to every single lease every 3 years, again, we just think that there's staff time would be better used focusing on the high priority properties, but still making sure that we get to all of our lease properties on that at least twice a decade. That's what I've got. I realize there's a ton there. I'm happy to discuss any of those points. But based on the information provided, staff is recommending that the board approve the proposed changes to solid minerals development policy 500-002 as shown in exhibits 2 and 3.
Quite an
Happy to
overhaul.
take questions.
Appreciate that, Ben. Very thorough. Part of me thinks I might be prepared. If I take this, I could do your job. Just follow the policy, right?
That's sort of the idea, right?
Exactly, yes. Thank you. Commissioner Heath?
Ben, yes, thank you. This is very thorough. What percent of our properties are involved with solid minerals development?
I'm not sure about the percent. It's a very small acreage percentage wise. We have about 90 leases total.
Okay.
So, and they range in size from, some of them are as small as, I don't like to lease anything smaller than 40 acres because it's difficult to manage, but some of them are even smaller than that, down to 10 acres or something like that have been leased a while ago. And some are quite large, like the Trapper lease and the 20-mile coal lease, which are quite large and take up tens of sections. So I could definitely get you a.
No, I'm just trying to
That's
get a
fine,
sense
but
of
I'm happy
what
to
that represents in our overall.
As far as a disturbance, it's even smaller. So.
And we're still subject to like the Mine Land Reclamation Board and that kind of.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, we are, as I think everybody knows, all the commissioners certainly know, we're not a regulatory agency, and all of the mining activity that we lease for needs to go through not only the State Division of Reclamation, Mining and Safety, but also achieve county permits as well. And usually does that, in most cases, does that after, getting a lease from us is sort of step one in that process, and then they move through that permitting process. Depending on where the lease, if the mine intends to include neighboring properties and potentially federal land that may be near us as well, there could be additional permitting. So all of the rules that apply to any other mining operation apply to us. And
thank you.
Another land board mantra: we are not a regulatory agency.
Correct.
Yes.
And especially in this case,
Yes.
The Division of Reclamation, Mining and Safety, they are the environmental impact experts.
Yeah.
And I'm proud to say that as part of my job, I get to, call them up and ask them questions about, before I bring things to you guys, or, and say, hey, tell me about this, because I am not a reclamation expert, unfortunately, but they are, and we're very lucky to have them as a sister agency.
All right. Any other questions for Ben? I'll ask for public comment. Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion.
This is Commissioner Carney. After consideration of the materials presented and testimony given at the regular meeting of June 8th, the board determines that it is the best interest of the trust to approve the proposed revisions to the solid minerals development policy 500-002. The board delegates authority to the director to draft an order and take appropriate action consistent with the board's decision.
Okay, thank you.
Second.
Been moved by Commissioner Carney, second by Commissioner Heath. Further discussion? See none. If in favor of the motion, indicate by saying aye. Commissioner Heath.
Aye.
Commissioner Scanlon.
Aye.
Commissioner Carney.
Aye.
And I vote in favor. Motion passes 4-0. Thank you very much, Ben.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Appreciate your work. Our next item, as has been made and discussed, made present, Commissioner Carney and I are, this is our last board meeting, which leaves us with two veteran commissioners. And so someone's going to have to pick up the gavel. And Commissioner Scanlon, I don't want to make assumptions, but as our vice chair, I'm assuming, or perhaps made an assumption, that you perhaps knew that you might step into the president role, and then in this case, Commissioner Heath providing your leadership in a vice chair position. So I might offer that up, but certainly open it up for other ideas or comments.
Well, I have to ask, will this be a peaceful transition of power?
Yes, yes, I don't have a following to, release. Yes.
I am happy to, but I am also happy to have Commissioner Heath as
I would like to support you, and I appreciate your willingness to take on this role, and I'm happy to support you.
I am wondering, Bill, if it would make sense for Commissioner Heath to go on to the investment board.
Perhaps, yeah, let's discuss that.
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah, we'll have to, I mean, they're all that's going to have to get sorted.
She's also got our Natural Areas Council seat as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so you're saying she could take on one more thing?
I'm not speaking for Commissioner Heath. But I am also helping, I'm committed to ensuring a smooth transition of power. And I think it will, we should be going back to in-person meetings next month. That's our plan. And I think while that involves a little bit more driving, I think it's also easier to manage the meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perhaps. So.
Okay.
So is a vote in?
Yeah, we'll go ahead. I'll make the motion to nominate Commissioner Scanlon as incoming board president and Commissioner Heath as incoming vice president. So that's my motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Carney. We'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Heath, if in favor, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Commissioner Carney.
Aye.
Commissioner Scanlon.
Aye.
And I vote in favor. Motion passes 4-0. Thank you, Commissioners Scanlon and Heath. We wish you the best. I will
not do as well, Gary, as you, but I will strive to be adequate.
Oh, you'll do just fine, I'm sure. All right, we've got 2 more items for our final action item agenda, board leasing agenda. The last time I will say, Ms. Hawthorne, please present our June board leasing agenda, tab 10. Welcome.
Sure. Thank you. So for the record, Alicia Hawthorne with the Transactions and Record Services team. This is the June 2021 board leasing agenda. We have 3 items. 2 are competitive bids. One is an agriculture lease and the other is a recreation lease. And then we also have 1 new lease, which is a recreation lease. And I'll gladly answer any questions you may have.
Great. Anyone questions on the leasing agenda? All right, any public comment? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion. Commissioner Heath, you're off mute. Come on.
After consideration, materials presented and testimony given at the regular meeting, June 8th, 2021, the board determines in the best interest of the trust to approve the 2021 June board leasing agenda according to the attached report, and we delegate authority to the director to draft an order and take appropriate action consistent with the board's decision.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Heath.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Carney. Further discussion. If in favor of the vote, indicate by saying aye. Commissioner Heath.
Aye.
Commissioner Carney.
Aye.
Commissioner Scanlon.
Aye.
And I vote in favor. Motion passes 4-0. Thank you, Alicia.
Thank you, commissioners.
All right, our last item, minutes of the May board meeting. Anyone have additions or changes? Seeing none, we'll approve those by acclamation and bring us to a close. It looks like we have about an hour's worth of content. We had said we'd be looking at wrapping up at 12:30. Just check in with you all. Do you want to continue, or do you want to take a brief break for lunch and perhaps go to like 12:45 or so? Is there a preference?
I'm fine continuing. I had a snack.
Okay. Are you good, Commissioner? Okay, we'll keep going. So we're on to information items. Solar energy leasing plan with Christopher Smith, tab 12. This item came up in the earlier discussion around removing some stewardship trust land in El Paso County, and hope maybe this will provide a bit more perspective. And just a reminder, we said we would revisit that item in the event, in this case, Commissioner Carney had perhaps sees the issue a little differently. So with that, Commissioner or Christopher.
Great, let me share my screen here. Okay, are you all seeing my screen?
Yep.
Okay, great. Well, good morning, commissioners. I'm Christopher Smith, the real estate section manager with the State Land Board. And the purpose of this presentation is to present a framework to the board for locating large-scale solar facilities on state trust land. We believe this strategy thoughtfully incorporates considerations of stewardship, of agriculture, the state's renewable energy goals, as well as the State Land Board's financial duties to its trust beneficiaries. I would note that this is not a policy. This is more like a process for you all to endorse. So what I'm presenting here is a framework. So our goal in developing this framework is to minimize environmental impacts of large-scale solar while optimizing outcomes, including our renewable energy goals and our financial duties. At the end of this presentation, I'd like to solicit feedback from the board prior to implementing any of the actions in this framework. As you all know, earlier this year, we initiated discussions with several parties regarding the development of large-scale solar on state trust lands. We engaged the board in a series of discussion during which the board asked staff to develop a plan for developing solar on state trust land that considers the agency's mission and its goals for agricultural leasing and stewardship. Staff engaged a wide range of experts with knowledge in both renewable energy and agriculture. We held conversations with renewable energy agencies, including the Colorado Energy Office and the National Renewable Energy Lab. We also held conversations with agriculture and wildlife agencies and organizations, such as the Colorado Department of Agriculture, Colorado State University, Natural Resources Conservation Service, and Colorado Parks and Wildlife. And we met with several solar industry representatives, really so we could understand in detail their site selection process and their environmental process that they go through in the years leading up to actually breaking ground on a solar farm. So through all of these different conversations over the course of the last really 5 to 6 months, it became clear to us that there are logical ways that we can identify parcels that are suitable for solar development up to a certain point. So the rest of this presentation will be broken up into 2 different parts. In the first part, I'll describe the criteria and the methodology that we use to identify state trust lands that is most suitable for solar. And then in the second part, I'll present a reminder to the board of the evaluation process that we go through when we receive an application for a solar planning or a solar production lease. Are there any questions so far? So staff began by identifying 5 criteria to determine the most appropriate locations for solar development on state trust land. The first 3 are inclusive, meaning that the lands with these characteristics are considered the most suitable for development, whereas the last 2 are exclusive, meaning these lands are less suitable for development. So the first 3 include land with adequate solar resources, land within 5 miles of electrical infrastructure, such as a substation, a switch yard, or a transmission line with capacity greater than 200 kilovolts, and grazing land with low or average forage production. The last two are lands that are currently used for crop production and lands that have been designated into the stewardship trust. So this map shows data that we imported from NREL, from the National Renewable Energy Lab. The deep red marks the areas with the highest resource, and the yellow up in northern Colorado marks lands in Colorado with the lowest resource in Colorado. And really the key takeaway here is that most of the state is suitable for solar development. We live in a very sunny state, as you all know, but the southern portions of the state and the eastern portions are most productive from a solar standpoint relative to the rest of the state. I would also note that Moffat County, we also see applications in Moffat County area. And then lastly, the blue on this map indicates state trust land, just like you would see on any of our maps. This second map shows which of our lands are suitable for solar development from a transmission line perspective. So this map shows all the state trust lands within 5 miles of a power line or other infrastructure like a substation or switchyard that's needed to support large-scale solar development. So all of these yellow sort of spider webs here are 10 miles in width. They're 5 miles on either side of a power line or other infrastructure. And you're probably now starting to see the picture that this is painting. This information came to us through the solar industry when we asked questions about what criteria they use for site selection. And they all indicated that they needed to be within 2 to 5 miles, preferably 2 miles, but they could be within 5 miles of the infrastructure. But further out than that is just too far to make a project financially feasible. So again, our land is in the blue color here, and you can kind of see where these are starting to overlap. This third map shows forage production. And we got this data from NRCS. This data measures the amount of annual forage expected to grow in a particular location, given that location's soil, its slope, its aspect, and its annual precipitation. So forage in Colorado, it would be mostly grass. And we felt like this was a great indicator of the quality of our grazing lands because it does capture the soil type, the different slopes and how steep it is, whether it's south facing or not, and how much rain it gets. So forage production is measured in pounds per acre per year. And the red areas of this map show land that we believe has the lowest forage production, whereas the green shows the highest forage production. And again, we use this data to really identify the quality of our grazing lands. So while we believe forage production data is a good representation of quality, there's additional considerations that can only be identified by actually getting on the land and actually seeing the land. So for example, land that may show up as green on the map may be far less productive if it's been overgrazed, or if it's been eroded, or if there's a significant presence of noxious weeds or prairie dogs. So with all that said, we worked with our field staff and NRCS to take this data and put it in 4 different production categories. These categories are based on staff's knowledge and staff's judgment. NRCS provided us with the data, and we were able to sort of sort the data, which we did several different ways. We tried breaking it up into 6 categories. We tried breaking it up into 3 categories. We moved the thresholds, and this is the result of where we believe to be most indicative of what this data is showing us here. So areas in red, again, indicate forage of 500 pounds or less, which we have labeled as low over here. Areas in the yellow here, we've called average, with forage production of between 500 and 1250 pounds per acre per year. The areas in the brown are good at 1250 to 1750. And the areas in green, we believe, are excellent with 1750 pounds per acre of forage per year or above. And I would note that while some operators can certainly graze on lands that produce 500 acres per year, and operators do graze on lands, that type of forage would require much more land than areas of higher forage. The forage is just less dense in those areas. And so we believe that grazing may not be the best use on those lands. Finally, it's important to note what might be considered average forage productivity in the Northeast. So, something around here could be considered by a rancher in the Southwest as being good or even excellent, because that's a more arid climate. So this is a lot of information. So I'd like to pause here to see if there's any questions so far.
Any questions?
Christopher, could you show me with your cursor where the lands are that the frost place would be on?
Sure. Yeah. Let me go back right here. So those lands, they're in this green color here. So they're right north of the county line, which is here. Can you see my cursor there?
Yep.
Okay. Let me move forward a map now. That's where they would be, if you can still see the cursor.
Yep. Thank you.
We did not put the blue on this map because this map is just too busy already. And so again, that's where it would be. And I would note, you can kind of see, you're starting to see where our lands are. And I have a map in a little bit that will highlight that more. So our intent is to work with solar lease applicants to steer them towards locations with low or average categories of forage production. However, when a potential solar lessee wants to locate on land that's in the good or even excellent forage production category, staff will complete a more detailed assessment of all the relevant factors and present that opportunity to the board for consideration. This could come into play if it shows as brown or or good on the map, but our district manager goes out and sees there's a lot of prairie dogs, things like that. We believe that this is the best way to ensure that the State Land Board achieves all aspects of its mission and appropriately considers our agriculture lessees, but does not drive renewable energy onto adjacent property lands where we really have no ability to require best management practices or lease stipulations, things like that. So this final map illustrates the overall results of this modeling exercise. The areas in yellow are state trust lands. These are parcels that we would steer the solar lessees toward. These are lands with low or average forage production. There's lands that are sunny, they have adequate solar resources, and they're lands that are located within 5 miles of the appropriate infrastructure. So you're now starting to see sort of a pattern of why we're getting the solar lease applications where we are. Our concentration has been more in El Paso and Pueblo County because that is where the population is. The farther out you are, those lines may have less capacity because they're smaller lines, but also there's a concept of transmission line evaporation. And so the farther you have to transport it, the more you lose. And so that's why we're seeing a lot of applications in this area here. This table here shows the overall results numerically. Really, this first line is what matches up to the last map. So all the lands in this table are in sunny areas near power lines or infrastructure, and they're not in the stewardship trust or used for irrigated cropland. Approximately 15% of our lands, or 435,000 acres, are in the low to average categories of forage production. And approximately 17% of our lands, or 470,000 acres, are in the good or excellent categories. And the distinction between these two rows here is really where we're recommending staff approval and where we're recommending board approval if a solar lessee wants to locate there. But our intention is to steer them towards this first row here. So does this table make sense? Are there any questions? This may be a good time to answer some questions if you have any.
Greg's got a comment.
Okay.
Chris, to be clear, you just said we wouldn't consider irrigated cropland. I believe we've excluded two broad categories, stewardship trust from consideration and any cropland, irrigated or dry land. Is that correct?
Yes, I would say that yes, I think you're correct. I wouldn't use the word exclude, but I would use the word, steer away from them. They're less suitable for solar.
Okay. I was under the impression we agreed to exclude those and focus only on grazing lands of lower production quality.
We can certainly do that. This number here excludes stewardship trust and excludes irrigated cropland. So yes, we could do that. We could make those exclusive.
Okay. Any questions for Christopher thus far? Commissioner Heath? You're on mute.
Christopher, on that first section, that's 435,000 acres. If you were to take average out of that, how many acres would you think would be low?
That's really a great question. This was a manual process, and so I don't have an exact number or even a great ballpark number, but I would say that it would probably be pretty low. I would say maybe 100,000 of those, and I would point back to this map here, and you sort of see the red areas would be the low. And they're in areas like southwestern Colorado where there's not great transmission lines. So there's no way to get the power out of those areas. And they're a long distance from the population. Yeah. So I don't have an exact number, but if I had to just kind of take a swag at it, I would say about 100,000 acres would be low.
I see. And to Greg's point about his suggestion or I guess point that he made, how would you feel about adopting that as part of this?
I would feel comfortable with that.
I just look, it's actually what we said in the memo.
Okay.
I feel even more comfortable now.
Good, thank you. I have to just say, I feel like this is cutting edge work to determine what would be the best policy for solar as well as agriculture. And, when we get done with this, I really hope that we might talk about how we could take it more than sort of guidance and put it into policy so that we have it, as guideline.
Codified, institutionalized, right. Yeah.
For subsequent boards.
Commissioner Carney?
I guess my question was just on between wind energy and solar. It seems like the wind towers are a lot farther away from urban areas. Are they losing the same evaporation that you talk about as the solar? I mean, what is the difference there?
Sure. Yeah. Yes, they are. I mean, it's all sort of electrons moving through the lines. With wind power, they're bigger. So, our like Cheyenne Ridge was one of our most recent wind farms. While we had somewhere in the neighborhood of 30 megawatts, I think I may be wrong on that. The whole project was over 500 megawatts. And so they actually build substations on site for those. They actually build power lines. Coming into the Denver area. So it's sort of an issue of scale with that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Greg? Can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. I was saying this is a little lighthearted, but I do mean it seriously. When the board and Commissioner Keith, I appreciate your comments. When the board first asked us to do this, I think I said on the record that it would take at least a year. And I stand corrected. I think Chris and David and the other folks who worked on this with them really did a tremendous amount of work. I thought they'd have challenges getting the other partners to the table quickly, but they did it in an amazing amount of time. So maybe Commissioner Butterworth, this is my going away gift to you. This will be the first and only time I've fully acknowledged that I was incorrect on the record. I stand for it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
If there aren't any questions, I can keep moving on. Any more questions?
Okay, thanks.
So over time, things will change. We know that there will be changes in capacity, there will be new infrastructure, and all of this will increase the amount of state trust lands suitable for solar leasing. Some examples of this would be Xcel Energy has already announced that they're closing their Comanche coal-fired power plants 1 and 2 in Pueblo County. That will assumably free up capacity in the lines that those currently fill. So there will be more capacity in those lines. Xcel Energy is also planning a project called Power Pathways to bring a loop line out to east back up the Arkansas River Valley. That will open up new lands. So those are just some examples, but staff will track these changes and we will update this analysis as needed. This is sort of a living project, for lack of a better term. In addition, we will maintain the relationships that we've with all the parties that we've engaged on this project. In the short term, we'll continue to work with the Colorado Energy Office, the Department of Agriculture, NREL, and others. Well, really, it's sorry. Let me back up. In the short term, we will continue to work with the Colorado Energy Office, the Department of Agriculture, and NREL to review our best management practices and incorporate other agencies' best management practices as well. We know that Colorado Parks and Wildlife is currently working on BMPs for solar development as it relates to wildlife. So in addition, we will incorporate industry initiatives as these prove effective over time. We'll translate these into lease stipulations as they make sense. And then finally, we'll monitor the long-term industry research on the impact of solar on soils, plants, wildlife, and other natural values, and report out to the board as appropriate. So the second part of this presentation, I will present a quick reminder of the evaluation process that we use when we receive an application for solar planning or solar production. This part of the presentation will be shorter, but it's an important review in order to place the information regarding the suitable lands into the context of our leasing process. So as presented in previous meetings, there are 3 main steps required to obtain a solar lease from the State Land Board. In some circumstances, the board has delegated authority to staff to make a decision, and in other instances, the board has intentionally reserved the authority to make the decision itself. Once we've identified lands potentially suitable for solar, entering into a planning lease is the next logical steps in order to further study a specific parcel. A planning lease gives a developer enough assurances to further study the parcel and start spending money on all the studies that are associated with that. But at the same time, the developer understands that this research may actually reveal that a site is not suitable for solar. So to get a planning lease, the first step is a pre-application review. During this step, staff consults with all internal State Land Board lines of business. We consult with the appropriate district manager and the stewardship trust manager. And we do this to identify any conflicts or concerns. Staff also consults with Colorado Parks and Wildlife for their recommendations on avoiding, minimizing, and/or mitigating wildlife impacts, and their recommendations on things like the sage grouse action plan that we have, or the lesser prairie chicken action plan that we have. And then after we get an application, we notify each of the agriculture lessees that are affected to solicit their feedback. If there's any concerns internally within the State Land Board staff that we can't overcome with lease stipulations, we will decline the planning lease request. And if the agriculture lessee objects to the planning lease, we'll bring the proposal to the board for consideration and with a recommendation. So for a solar lessee to develop solar, it must first typically win a request for proposals issued by a utility company. And to do this, the developer needs to show some sort of site control of the land. So the board typically issues 3-year planning leases to meet this requirement and to give the solar lessee enough time to do their research on the parcel. The board's planning leases do not allow for any sort of development of the land, nor do they guarantee that the board will issue a production lease. So during the planning lease term, solar developer and staff will learn a lot more about a particular parcel and if it's suitable for solar. We'll learn this because the solar lessee will begin spending money commissioning studies to inform us more on this. These studies typically include an electrical interconnect study, which shows the capacity in certain power lines and where they can connect to those lines. They'll typically do a topographical survey of the land. They'll do wildlife and cultural studies to identify anything, any threatened and endangered species, any migration corridors, any cultural arrowheads, anything like that. And then they'll also do land planning to change the zoning to accommodate what they're planning on building. As I mentioned, during this time, it's not uncommon for a solar developer to abandon pursuit of a parcel because of the concerns that arise from these studies. So they may find that there's not enough capacity in the lines, that the topography is not suitable, or that there is they're unable to change zoning, things like that. So that's what happens during the 3 years of a planning lease. If the developer and staff ultimately determine that a site is suitable for solar after all of this, the developer would apply for a production lease on the portion of the land that is suitable. And then after an in-depth review and a negotiation of lease terms, staff in all cases would bring this production lease request to the board for consideration and approval. So to wrap it up, staff believes that the State Land Board's mission requires a reasonable balance between generating revenue and long-term stewardship. I know you all have heard this in the past, but solar represents an opportunity to generate approximately 100 times what would normally be generated in rent from grazing. Staff utilize data from several sources to identify state trust lands with the highest potential for solar and the lowest potential for grazing. And staff believes that the trust beneficiaries are best served by pursuing renewable energy on land with low or average forage production, and considering on a case-by-case basis whether solar leasing is appropriate for state trust lands with good or even excellent forage production. This item is an information item only, and I'd really like to just open it up now for a discussion, to answer any questions the board may have, and to determine if there's concerns about staff's plans.
All right, we can open it up. Any Commissioner Scanlon?
Yeah, I just want to compliment the staff on doing this work. I think it'll be hugely helpful grounding our conversations. And I can only imagine the lift it took to make this happen so quickly. So I think it's excellent.
Well, thank you very much. I'd like to acknowledge that I'm the only one presenting here, but it was certainly a team effort with lots and lots of people on staff, including David, Sean, William, Justin, Rachel, Greg, Bill. It was just, the list goes on, but it was a team effort, which is how we were able to do it so quickly. And then of course, the conversations we had with all of our outside partners in this were instrumental to this.
So we now sort of have a path. And if I go back to February, one of the concerns was, we were looking at the land in El Paso County and a corridor that is, very suitable for solar development, and we heard from lessees. So as part of this, or like, I think in my mind, I was trying to get to a place where we would maybe, be able to discern or envision, so all of this would still say that whole corridor all, and I'm thinking about Hannah Ranch and I think it was, who's the cigarette Marble Man's land? What's his name?
Robert Norris or
Yeah, Norris.
Steve and Bobby.
Yeah, that there was a lot of that land that, we were either, that there was expressed interest in a planning lease. And so how did, I recognize the ground you've covered, you and the team, like, and you don't have all the answers right now, but I think that's like, had you had time to think about that as well? And then maybe also, I think we had that another request around Lowry. I didn't see Lowry sort of show up as in that 5-10 mile 5 to 10 mile swath.
Yeah. Right in there is where it would be.
Yeah.
So Commissioner, is your question, have we sort of thought about how to handle the inherent conflict in this? Is that kind of the nature of your question?
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess if I were to, if you bring up your 10 mile, the thing with the brown lines, like, that would say that, all of the lands that back in February, we were concerned about, like, the impact to the lessees and effectively a community there. Like, based on this, if we were using this as our guide, we would say, yeah, this is where we would put solar. Would this change that, or how does this impact that?
Yes, so what this is illuminated for me is that it wouldn't change that. There are some areas where it certainly would change it, but this area right here, as well as this far northern part of, say, the Timberlake along, this is really about 10 miles north of the Arkansas River Valley. But those are the areas that jump out once we move to this map here. These are the remaining lands after we've applied all the different filters. And so around this area, I think we understand better now why there's so much activity there, why we're getting so many applications. And we understand, sort of that it doesn't include the entire Chico Basin, because if I can go back to this map here, there's areas in here where it's hard to see because these are sort of merged by state trust land, but that aren't impacted and aren't close enough to a power line. So I think it has illuminated for us that this isn't just going to be solar everywhere. We're seeing where it's concentrated and why it's concentrated in that area.
Sure. Okay. Greg, you're on mute.
Not doing well today. Chris, could you get back to the map with the yellow? I think the other thing you're seeing, and I think this map is better to look at, the stewardship trust lands have been removed, for one thing.
Yeah.
So you're looking at less land. I think you raise an excellent point, which is nothing we've talked about per se addresses the issue of community and overwhelming impacts on a single lessee. I think those are still considerations that staff would evaluate. We just haven't found a way to map them and sort of quantify them. But I certainly don't think, well, Chris, you'll have to respond. I certainly expect that it's still staff's position going forward that we would not come forward with a proposal that, let's say, a hypothetical lessee has a 5,000 acre lease and we're going to put 4,500 acres of it under a renewable energy lease. I don't think that's the way we intend to operate. So I do think there's still considerations, and perhaps a policy does create a place. It wasn't my intention to go forward with a policy on this, but if that's the way to codify this and perhaps capture some other considerations, we could do that.
Yeah.
Greg, I just want to build on that and reinforce something that Chris said earlier, that in our planning lease process, we reach out to the agricultural lessees now. So we are trying to give them a voice in saying, hey, this is too big an impact on me. Could we do it differently? And so our process already had that component to it. And this framework doesn't erase that. In fact, it reinforces that. So,
well, I wrote down here in my mind, like what it seems like what we've learned, barring some, unforeseen circumstance, a planning lease is going to turn into a production lease. Or we're still, well, and so when I say that, like getting input from the lessees during the planning, process is almost like it's too late, because I like the people in the planning lease are already spending money around this. And so like, how do we not get ourselves into effectively sort of what I felt like with the two parcels in question over in the Frost discussion was that, hey, gosh, they've already spent, a couple million on this. Like, that's a tough thing to say, well, we've changed our mind. So,
yeah. Point, but I think that Bill tried to speak to that. So the process that Chris outlined is, if a ag lessee has concerns about the planning lease issuance, the board will hear those concerns before the planning lease is issued. Does that make sense? So I do think we will have considered those concerns or issues that are being brought up before we issue the planning lease.
Okay. All right.
Right.
That's absolutely correct. And then during the planning process, Commissioner, the three of us, the solar lessee, the ag lessee, and staff work together to discuss more things in detail, like moving water lines or fencing and certainly not leaving the ag lessee with expenses because of this. So,
and Chris, talk about that. That just actually played out for us in the last 60 days.
That's correct. So as the board knows, we have only one utility scale solar production lease. That's the NextEra's Thunderwolf project that the board approved last summer. Yeah. It's located in central Pueblo County. And yes, now they have a production lease, and they, through negotiation in the planning lease, have come to an agreement on how to move those water lines that the ag lessee, Douglas Thacker, had, that makes the rest of his operation work and make sense without leaving him with the costs of moving those. So NextEra is going to pay for those changes as part of their development.
So it's been a very collaborative process. It may not sound that way, but that's
And I would also note that in that instance, NextEra has hired almost exclusively local as they build this. It's a 2 to 3 year construction project.
Other questions or comments? Commissioner Heath?
Right. Well, I want to express again my appreciation for the speed with which you've accomplished this and the leadership that you have taken on. I think this is exactly the kind of work that will have huge ramifications as we move forward. I do think that as we move to, I don't know if we codify it or whatever, we need to have discretion from the board as we look at things that really need to be decided on a case-by-case basis. And I think Gary alluded to them. I mean, when you look at a piece of property of the 5 indicators we've talked about, we still don't have a way to consider, I'm going to call them communities of interest, or those things that really affect a particular property that might be different than just 4,000 acres without a long-term community relationship there. And in those cases, I think they need to come to the board on a case-by-case basis. But I guess my final piece is, how do we move forward now to put this in some kind of a policy so that we can have reliance, but have the discretion also to look at these, particularly now as we're just learning about this. The maximum flexibility, it seems to me, needs to be there, and that for the ag lessees, it's not just getting their input, but making sure that input could come at a time when it would affect our decision, because otherwise it's just a rubber stamp.
Greg?
Yeah.
Oh, so if the board would like this to be turned into policy, then you simply, give us that direction today and we'll draft policy and come back at a future date and we can debate or discuss whether or not we've captured what you think is appropriate.
Yeah, I would really love to have us begin that, and I think it's an important one, but including in that policy the discretion that would allow us on these areas of uncertainty more flexibility until we can have a little more experience with how this can work.
Sounds good. Commissioner, so the current discretion right now would be prior to a planning lease being issued, if the agriculture lessee has concerns or objects to it, then it would come to the board for approval. Is that sort of the right place for that in your mind?
I think it is. Okay. And I guess when I looked at this, when I first read it, I thought the difference really seems to be between what's average and what's good. Because when you look at how much area comes under average, you really can see that if outsiders looked at this and assumed that everything average was going to be approved by staff, that doesn't really reflect what I think we as a board are hoping. We're just saying that we still think there are some other possibilities that deserve consideration.
How about that, Chris, and see if we can capture. I don't think we'll know if we've captured it correctly till we come back with something.
Sorry, can you say that again, Greg?
Yeah, I'm sorry. My computer apparently is doing things today that it didn't do last time we met. Why don't we take a stab at that and bring it back to the board? I don't think we'll know if we've correctly captured everything that's in, Commissioner Heath might be looking for until we try to get it in writing. And
yeah, well, maybe I'm just speaking for one, maybe just some dialogue with the board about whether they are interested in moving forward with putting this into policy.
This is Commissioner Scanlon, and Chris, I like what you're saying about if there's an issue with the current lessee, we will be allowed the opportunity to have that conversation. I view this as a tool, and maybe correct me if I'm wrong, not necessarily, giving staff, if anything's orange, you get to do it, kind of thing. Am I right in that? I think it helps guide our work, but I think it's a tool, and I still think case by case is sometimes going to be needed, particularly if there's some contention around a potential lease. And so from that, we can use this as a resource to evaluate that, but it's not to me, it's not the answer. Like, it's not, if it's orange, we're going to do it because we have this document. It still allows that working through those issues. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, during the planning, the pre-application process is currently very robust, more robust than I presented today. But it's a several week process where we engage probably 10 different people within staff, outside of staff, with the agricultural lessee, largely because we do not want to send a solar lessee down the road to then tell them no, if we already know that there's a conflict.
Well, that's to Gary's point. Doing this early is really, really important so that we can alleviate those kinds of concerns and issues.
Can you bring up the
spider web?
Yeah, the transmission line stuff. So, I recognize, like, again, we've done a ton of work. I think the thing that still is out there is, so we've identified this as these are attractive corridors. And then, you know, we've got the overlay of low to average. So we're now sort of scaling it down. And I think you had a slide that said it's roughly 430,000 acres of our land.
That's right.
Like, so I think, you know, and I know that this would not happen, but does that, you know, would we then say, well, if somebody wants to develop it and it's in this 430,000 acres, like we could paper 430,000 acres. Is it going to be like a first come, first serve? Like, so I still think some thought about, you know, do we, you know, hey, if we can get 430,000 acres under solar lease, we're okay with that. It only represents 15% of our land, you know, and we understand the impact, broader impact. So that's the thing is, because I'm like, even with this, so, you know, we had the requests on the Hannah Ranch, the Norris Ranch, and then the Lowry request. By definition, we might be putting them under because they're on this corridor and in the low to average. And I'm not saying that that's wrong, but I'm just like, does this mean, because the solar industry will look at this and they'll be coming and saying, well, you know, you guys identified this. I'm assuming most ag lessees will probably not be in favor, you know, of losing some of their ag land. So I think that's still sort of out there to sort of be discerned and tackled.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think up until this time, what we were saying is you tell us what's good for solar. And so now, you know, we're going from 2.8 million down to 400,000. And what we've seen so far is the solar lessees are very specific in their needs. And that's why they've only, you know, we have currently about 30,000 acres under planning lease. And it's based on where they determine the need for it. So I don't think that all 430,000 will be, the industry will, I don't think the industry will see that all as viable land.
Yeah, okay. Greg? Can't hear you.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay. I want to be clear in that there's no intention to lease 400,000 acres for solar, utility scale solar. And I think what you're raising is a good point that we may want to speak to, I think we have, there are many other considerations that will have to be reviewed and are reviewed by staff before we either approve a planning lease, like what other uses are on there, what revenue sources, implications on stewardship in general, not just stewardship trust. So we will try to clarify that as we prepare some sort of a draft policy. But I think it's an excellent point that we send the right message. This is not saying that 400,000 acres of state trust land will be developed for solar energy development.
That would be good.
Any further comment on this before I maybe tie this back into that previous agenda item we considered? So, and I'm really going to direct this to Commissioner Carney. You know, seeing this, you know, the corridors that have been identified. Correct me if I'm wrong, Christopher, Greg, that the land that we were discussing around the stewardship trust with the Frost Ranch, that is in this solar development path. It's under a planning lease, and it, you know, I don't want to be absolutely presumptive, but we will likely see a production lease request from that entity. And in order to do that, or to approve a production lease, this land would need to be out of the stewardship trust. Is that accurate?
That's
Great.
correct.
That's
Great.
apparently I have to talk for a while before my mic picks me
Yeah.
up. So tell me, do you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. That is correct. I would just add separate from the whole discussion of solar leasing, even if that's what triggered the evaluation, and if Commissioner Carney wants to revisit this, I will ask Lindsay to speak to it. Having had the opportunity to evaluate the Frost land and the Chico Basin Ranch land, staff's perspective is the land that we'd like to put in is better, has better qualities. So separate from the solar leasing, we think it's an improvement.
Yeah.
I don't want to put words in Lindsay's mouth. We would see it straight up as an improvement to what's enrolled in the stewardship trust. But only if Commissioner Carney wants to revisit this would I ask Lindsay to give that little presentation.
Yeah. So Commissioner Carney, and just for the record to remind folks, we were an item earlier around removing about 2,500 acres of stewardship trust land and reassigning it around the Chico Basin. We took a vote, and it was a 3-to-1 vote, but to make changes to the stewardship trust, it requires a supermajority of the board, which is at least 4 board members voting in favor, 4 out of 5 voting in favor of the action. And so we had said that we would get through the solar energy leasing plan and perhaps revisit. I think as the person who voted against the motion, we would need you to make a motion to reconsider the item. And I would say that the only reason I would ask you to, the only reason we'd want to reconsider is if you've changed your mind, which would then change perhaps the vote for that.
Yeah. Yeah, the thing I'm having a little struggle with is on the stewardship trust land is, it's in the policy, you're saying that, oh, we're gonna exclude that, but it's, I guess the thing for me that's hard is it's already in there, but we're gonna move it now to make it okay for it because we found better land. But the better land, if it was newly acquired, maybe, or I could understand that, but if this has been something that's been in the portfolio, I mean, I guess that's what I'm having a hard time with is why now, if that's the case.
So could we open up well, it's up to you, but if you were to say that you would reopen the discussion, we could address that. I don't think we can otherwise.
So
yeah,
no,
so
I'm not going to change my vote.
Okay.
And I was just going to say, Gary, excuse me, this is Commissioner Heath. I think it's premature to vote on this anyway. I mean, it wouldn't need to come out right now. And based on our conversation, we've just had a report on something that's, perhaps proposed policy, but hasn't yet been affirmed. And so I feel like maybe a vote on this would be premature anyway.
Okay. Well, it would take a motion from Commissioner Carney for us to reconsider. So he's indicated he's, his mind has not changed. So we won't revisit that item today. If there aren't any further questions around this item, the solar energy leasing.
Can I just throw something out as a thought, and feel free to ignore this, but I'm wondering if it's possible that given that there's some desire to revisit questions down the road, procedurally it'd be easier to have a motion today to reconsider and then not decide the issue, but table the issue for a future discussion rather than having the board order that in place or the decision in place to not remove the property from the stewardship trust today. It just seems like it might be procedurally cleaner to address Commissioner Heath's questions when she feels the matter is more mature and ready for discussion. But so just a thought to throw out before we end the meeting today.
So with
Again,
that,
it would require Commissioner Carney to move for a motion to reconsider, but
And
I'll make a motion.
yeah, so he would reconsider the item, and then we would come back and say,
We'd go to a situation where there was just no decision as opposed to a decision made, and with a directive to put the matter on hold until the policies developed or other matters, whatever else you need to do in order to make a fully informed decision.
so yeah, it's a little less, I mean, however, I would imagine, you know, at such time, this, you know, if there is a production lease request, then this matter will have to come back before a future board. So, you know, if we just sort of table it for reconsideration, the future board would not, if they were to vote in favor, would not be overturning, you know, the decision of a prior board.
I just think it might be a cleaner procedural plane for the board to work on. No matter what, we'll figure out a way to navigate the
You'll have to address it at some point, likely. Commissioner Carney, are you comfortable, or are you with the idea that we would reconsider the item and effectively take a vote to not make a definitive decision on the item and table it for future consideration? Or do you want to stay where you are on the item? Sorry to put you on the spot, but
yeah, thanks for the last meeting here. It couldn't be over soon enough.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna stay where I'm at right now.
Okay.
No reconsider for me.
Okay. All righty. Any other, so to wrap up this was Christopher's presentation. Any other questions or comments for him or the team before we get to our last item? Okay, thank you, Christopher and team, everybody who leaned into that and contributed to Greg's lack of credibility in determining how long a project will take.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Yes. Okay, our last item today, staff report. Director Ryan, anything you'd like to highlight? And certainly commissioners, if you have questions or comments.
Feel free to ask questions. A couple of things of note. One, in the field ops, you saw the paragraph that we had 43 different groups tour our newly acquired Santa Royal Ranch. As of Friday, we'd received 14 proposals already, so interest is very high in that. Greg or William may have updated numbers, but the message is that there's a high degree of interest from a lot of qualified parties for that. The other one I want to call your attention to is that the Bannock property finally closed. It was under contract for a long time, and they had asked for a couple more extensions. We convinced them that they needed to close sooner than later, and they did so at the end of May. And so that was $15 million that goes into the NFC account that can be either invested in another asset or in the permanent fund. Those are the two I wanted to make sure I called attention to on our team.
Great. Okay, any questions for Bill? Bill, normally what does next month look like? 2-dayer? You know?
It's hard to tell. The days that we have held, commissioners, are the 14th and the 15th. Unfortunately, we don't know who the new commissioners are and what their schedules permit. And so we need to at least make sure we have a quorum. We're also going to be trying to do an orientation session with the new commissioners sometime in that period. We have currently scheduled for you a fairly robust tour on Wednesday, the 14th, that'll take place out at Lowry. And we chose that asset with the new commissioners in mind, because I think it highlights for us a lot of the complexities that you all deal with. We've got a wide variety of operations out there. We've got a real commitment to stewardship. It's close to the city. It's got some development pressures. And so I think that asset lends itself to showing the breadth of our activities and some of the tensions in our decision making, and yet also highlights the ways that we've been able to make 19 lessees work together pretty cooperatively. So our plan is right now, Wednesday, the 14th, tour at Lowry, Thursday, the 15th, board meeting. Right now, it's maybe a half-day board meeting on the 15th, but please don't hold me to that, because we could add a couple things in the nearer term.
All right. Well, I'm going to take executive privilege before we adjourn here and just share some acknowledgments and appreciation from my perspective. I mean, I think first and foremost, when I think about this organization and the experience, I think why it's been meaningful to me is it's a team environment, and I've been fortunate to play alongside some extraordinary teammates, and I would like to, on the record, acknowledge past commissioners. When I started, Commissioners Bloom and Blessing and Gray were very formative in I think setting a model for productive discussion and putting the ensuring I had a good understanding of the culture and what we were trying to accomplish. Served alongside Commissioner Bledsoe, learned a lot from him, and Commissioners Bynum and Moffitt, I think over the years have contributed greatly to the success. And I think the beauty is we've been able to utilize each commissioner's talents. I certainly would thank Commissioner Heath, Scanlon, and Carney, and Commissioner Shaw over the last several years, because we've had to tackle some complex issues, and I think each of us were able to look at it through our lens, through these issues, and ask some good questions that got us to the best outcome. Not necessarily the right outcome, but the best outcome given the circumstances. So I thank you all as teammates over the last several years. Obviously, the staff is outstanding, and I wish I could acknowledge absolutely everyone by name, but what comes to mind is their professionalism, their diligence, and their authenticity. I think no matter what in the presentations, I think they demonstrated both expertise, but also a willingness to accept questions from commissioners, not in a way that would be taken as undermining what they've done, but to ensure we get to the best outcome, but in some circumstances bring up issues that make them better as staff members. To our attorneys general, Ed and Eva and Corey, you guys, without you, I mean, you know the number of legal hurdles we encounter with our lessees, with other stakeholders, and you always have provided exceptional perspective and insight to us to make us a better team as commissioners to make those appropriate decisions. To Greg and Tobin and Nick, I think learned so much from you all, but again, you are doing a lot of the day-to-day leadership. I understand that, and it shows in your staff, and I think that's a great credit to you all. And then finally, to Bill, you're the standard I aspire to as a leader of an organization You've been, as you said, both a great teammate, but our relationship has developed into a personal one. We check in before every meeting, and we spend about half that time talking about just personal challenges and life. And I've learned a ton from you. It humanizes you, but as the leader of this organization, it's what I will miss the most is working with a trusted colleague for the betterment of our state. So I know I took more time. I normally deliver us on time, but I'm going to really miss this. It's been a highlight of my career, and I wish you all the best. And it's been fantastic. And before I say, before I adjourn us, I of course have to call out Barb and Kim and Tracy, who when we're in person, make it work like clockwork, and certainly in the transition to virtual, you know, we haven't missed a beat. So I really do thank you all for making this just a tremendous experience for me. Thank you. So with that, I will, you know, bang the proverbial gavel and adjourn us. Good luck to you, Commissioner Scanlon and Heath. I know you'll do great.
Thank you, Gary.
Now
Tyler. Thank you,
going
Gary.
singing happy trails to you.
Exactly.
If we come to Colorado Springs, we'll bring a breakfast burrito.
Yes, of course. Reach out.
Anything.
All right. Thank
Many.
you all.
Thank you all. Take care.
Take care.